Sorry, folks. Meeting with the editors ran late. You know how it is. We came to a decision, too. We're deleting the channel. This has been a social experiment. I think it's run its course. We're good. Yeah. Finally. Yeah, Pog. At long last, we're gonna be free! We're gonna be free! Yeah. Yeah, racism is over. Vouch is over. True. So true. The left prevails. Bosch is gone. No more liberalism. The last bastion of the Enlightenment gone. Finally, now socialism can reign. How the shit... by the way, I like how there are so many jokes about which ideology I am that I saw, like, 16, like, fascism's over, liberalism's over, racism's over, socialism's over, every single ideology got, like, run by... Because I get accused of being everything, you know? Vosh, you're echoing hard. That's just the, empty space inside of your skull. I sound good. Yeah, buddy. Whew. Nice. Bad Mouse Productions made a video about your debate with Professor Flowers, but it didn't Bad Mouse Productions retire? Wait, did they come out of retirement just to tell me that white people are bad? Is that? I'm pretty sure I remember them, like... Am I thinking of someone else? Oh, they put out a video 3 months ago saying, "Why did I drop off the earth?" Aww, look! Oh, they deleted all their videos, too. Look! They've got a little baby me in the thumbnail. Look at that. It lives Vosh and the haunting specter of baby leftism. And look, I'm like a little baby. So cute. I do like that this is the first video they made, though, after, like, deleting all their videos and being absent. Like, this is just why I left, and this one just archives their old videos. This is the first content they've made. Can we get a quick vibe check? Hold on. 55 dislikes. Why would anyone watching a Bad Mouse Productions video dislike this video? You guys should hate me. Wait, did you guys already get to this? Wait, hold on. Did you guys already find this one? Like, it came out an hour ago. Have you already arrived?
I have to say that even I was under the impression, despite everything I've seen of him, that Vosh, or Ian, might have at least understood some general basics about racism. After piling through 3 hours of his debate with Professor Flowers, that turned out to be wrong.
I mean, how can a person be an oppressor because of their race? Did all the millions of white people in South Africa, like, individually oppress all the black people there? And I can tell you from my experiences online, there are a lot of black... Wait, hold on. That right there is a directly pointed question. She was making the argument that a person was an oppressor inherently because of their race. But aren't there allies, even of races that are generally oppressors? Like, are you an oppressor if you're, like, a white guy marching with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? Like, you can argue that you're part of, like, the dominant racial construct, but are you, as an individual, like, oppressing the people around you? I think that's a pretty dumb argument. Black people who are pretty goddamn racist. I think it's kind of silly to pretend that there aren't black people who just are kind of shitty to white people in a way that doesn't have a sort of institutional bias behind it. There is nothing about being white that inherently makes you more racist. Wait! Damn, dude, what is it with... Wait, that's being included as a thing that this person disagrees with? Wait, I'm like, there's nothing inherently, like, racist about being white, and Bad Mouse Productions is like, this guy's a liberal. Literally white people bad, yeah. Over here in America, there are a lot of black people that are racist against white people. True. It's not like one tribe ruled America. The tribes that ruled the Americas before we came here conquered other tribes beforehand. That's literally true. Does America belong to the tribe that owned it last, or the first tribes that we can ever anthropologically determine control the territory?
Lua has already done.
Wait, what? Is this a Vosh best of compilation? Is this my bangers? Is this my fucking dub folder? What are you assembling this for, like, my editors to put together so that you can show off how good I am? Wait, damn, like, every single one of those, the fucking banger, Vosh greatest hits, absolutely. And if he disagrees, he can come on. But I know he won't, because these bitches are scared of me. They're afraid. Because they're betas. Maybe he's steel manning you? Nah, I know this YouTuber. That's not it. That ain't it. That ain't it. And it's not the only person who's been bitching about me lately. What's the, wasn't it, white supremacy on the left? Is that the, here, filters uploaded this week. Oh yeah, here we go. This one's good. It's like 50 minutes. It's not worth your time. But basically, this guy goes over the Professor Flowers debate. And, he's like, actually, what Professor Flowers is saying indigenous people should be able to do to white people isn't genocide, because genocide can't happen to white people. Fucking got him. That's legit, like, the actual definition. Apparently, this guy is like a PhD in human rights. And his argument is like, well, technically, genocide can only happen to non-white people. So that's basically, yeah, it's basically 42 minutes, 27 seconds wrapped up in there, you know. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, and then I popped on, you know, I said, you're free to pop on and talk with me about it in a non-confrontational format. Listen to these bitches, dude. I have to, like, sugarcoat shit so much. It's like I'm wearing oven mitts handling these motherfuckers. If you want to come on, you know, we can have a non-aggressive, playful, like, I'm very pro-land back and decolonization. If anything, I feel people like Professor Flowers are severely harming indigenous activism by associating land back with ethnic cleansing. Guys, do you have any idea how many land back activists I've gotten emails from saying, holy shit, thank you so much for, like, tearing down Professor Flowers? The last thing we want to be associated with is the literal, like, fear of reprisal. Like, they're literally saying the fear of reprisal is real, but it's a good thing, you know? So, yeah, I don't know. I still think the only mistake you made in the debate was saying genocide instead of ethnic cleansing. It could legit be either. What Professor Flowers was asking for was sort of advocating for was objectively ethnic cleansing, but it could absolutely be genocide depending on, like, how exactly it got carried out. Not to mention, like, how do mass deportations actually happen? It's not like all the white people would just leave. They would fight to live in the country that their family's been in for centuries, you know? And then the government forces come and crack down and they clear out house by house, you know, leaving bullet holes, like, light shining through the fucking perforated, like, housing as thousands of families are, like, killed before even given a chance to leave. Protests and crackdowns, tanks sent through the street. We know how this happens. This has happened in dozens of times before, maybe even hundreds, okay? We all know how this plays out. It doesn't matter what race is doing it to which race. It's bad when it happens. Anyway, so I said, you can come on if you want. All right? And then they responded, basically, no, because you're a bully and you're wrong, plus L, plus you fell off, plus ratio. Which, to be fair, they did ratio me. 41 likes to 35 likes. So then I called them a beta. As is tradition. And then they asked me, you thirsty? But I'm not, because I stay hydrated. So that was the whole interaction. Sorry, no content to be farmed from these fake lefties. What does that even mean? I think it means they want to fuck me, but I'm not sure. Thoughts on Shu versus Binder? Oh yeah, Bad and Banada's in that thread. Oh yeah, by the way, Bad and Banada. What? Sorry, streamable autoplays. Anyway, Bad and Banada put out a video saying that I defended Colin Powell when I put out one video in Colin Powell in which I compared him to Nazis tried at Nuremberg. The video in which I compared him to Nazis tried at Nuremberg. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, that is me defending him because I'm a Nazi. Right. Yeah. Hassan had the same take as you? Yeah, that's because he copied me. He copied me. That's why. So that was good. Shu and Matt Binder are beefing on Twitter right now. As far as I can tell, Matt Binder is in the wrong. Shu posted a meme about Alec Baldwin killing that guy with the gun, and Matt Binder said she was like a right-winger for doing it. And she was like, how does that make me right-wing? And he was like, well, it does. And now she's calling him a pedophile because he, back when Cuties was the discourse, said that he wouldn't mind his 11-year-old daughter being casted in that movie. So The discourse is ongoing, folks. Matt Binder is the producer. It was not a guy that was killed, it was a woman cinematographer. I maintain that in this context, guy is kind of gender neutral. Like, you killed a guy? Like, I don't know. Well. Anyway, isn't Matt Binder... It's Binder? Okay. Isn't Matt Binder the producer for the Majority Report? I think he might be the reason I haven't gone on there, because he doesn't like me. So if he's the producer... Oh, ex-producer? Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know. Binder. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it someday. All right. We got to get the, what are all the clips? What is this? Oh, this is an info rant? Dude, this is 3 minutes. I can get him in short bursts, but fucking 3 minutes of Haas? Holy shit. He's going over my Reddit, saying that he went on an incel rant. Yeah, okay.
They are fucking liars.
Yeah, I can't listen to that for 3 minutes, guys. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Sorry. It's just, yeah. What else were we covering? What else were we covering? Oh, yeah, people are super mad at me, if you can believe it. Do you think it's good to be talking about Haas so much? People bring him up. Also, he's like a total fucking lolcow, so, yeah. People were mad at me. I thought Matt Binder liked you. You gave him a huge early channel boost. Did I? No, I don't know. Everyone hates me. Just, oh, if there's another person in the YouTube lefty space, just assume they hate me, and you're right, like 90% of the time. Anyway, people are mad at the video about the sexism in my Discord or whatever, in my community. Which is kind of fucking weird, IMO. In my opinion. My humble opinion. I don't know, man. We got the dislikes? I don't know. All the comments disagree with me. But I disagree with them. I watched that video, why are people mauling your right? They're literally asking for more of a crackdown on my Discord. More of a crackdown in my Discord. Like, holy shit, you know? You can only crack so hard. You can only crack so much down, you know? Also, it's like, with respect, I mean, I get some of the general points, but it was like, it's a Discord with like 40,000 people, and it was a document covering several months, which had a few screenshots of like 5 people in total making incredibly light, like meaningless sexist jokes, you know? I don't think that warrants like an entire new policy. They're asking you to stop with the misogyny jokes. Honest to God, I don't make many, okay? I'm tired of overinflating this because there are people in my community who like overstate the issue, okay? I'm not going to pretend that I make a fuck ton of them, okay? I used to make more of them. I make less now than I used to. And the ones that I do make are like so fucking flippant and stupid. Like, it's not even like, I don't know. Hey, you guys need to watch 2019, Vosh, okay? We got up to some shit back then. We got up to some shit back then. I think it's mostly just unfunny people in your Discord. Look, honest to God, just take possession of the communities that you're a part of. If people are making cringe sexist jokes, just make fun of them, okay? Holy shit. Isn't that a better solution than getting Jannies to fucking come in there and mop up everyone anyway? Uh-oh, somebody made a haha women bad joke. Time for them to get a week ban from the Discord as opposed to just me in the community making fun of them. Like, just weird champ people. It's not fucking hard. And also, a safe space is not being made unsafe for you because some 14-year-old with an anime avatar made a joke about, like, making sandwiches in the kitchen or whatever. They're being cringe. Just make fun of them. That's how the internet works. That's how the real world works, actually. Why does every lefty hate you? Because I'm a truth teller. They can't handle me. Because I grew up on the streets, that's why. Because they were all suburbanite, fucking, you know, hipsters, and I grew up on the streets. That's why. The one I'll always remember is that snap of Vosh in the mall parking lot going, "Oh, I don't care about women." Yeah, well, that was before I started streaming Galley. That's where, that was back before the troubles began. You know, that was back before, back in the day, I think, or was it early on when I was streaming? I don't know. That's nice. Yeah, the streets of Beverly Hills. That's right. Those immaculately clean streets. About a year before I started streaming, yeah. Are you a smart fella or a fart smell? I'm a smart fella. These other lefties, they're fart smellers. It's true. It's extremely true. God, I can hear pigeons screaming outside. And there's nothing I can do about it. So if I open the door, she's not going to come in here. She's just going to keep screaming. Except now it's going to be louder because the door is open. She's just fucking stupid. I need to, like, bonk her or something, you know? Like a little bonk, like a foam bat or something. I need to just have a very long foam bat that I can just bonk her with a little bit, you know? Yeah, like an ass bonk, like a thwonk. Don't you think you antagonize them just a little bit? Wait, who? My cats or the rest of the online left? Wait, who are we? Who are we referring to here? Yeah, like a pool noodle. Yeah. Both? I treat my cats wonderfully. You guys would have your hearts melt if you could see what I got up to with my cats when you guys aren't around. They flop on the couch or the bed, and I just fucking flop next to them and pat their belly or, like, scritch their heads or whatever. They're so cute. Also, I've got a lot of space on my desk right here, and last night, we just put a sweater on here, and Pigeon climbed into the neck of the sweater, and we put the fold up over her, and she just, like, sat in the sweater and just sat there for, like, hours while I played games and stuff, you know? Pics? There might actually... Vermin, are you watching right now? Do I have pics? I think Vermin might have taken pics. Did I take pics? No, but I do have... I do have pictures... I do have pictures of pigeons sitting on top of my computer, but I don't want to show them because I don't want anyone to comment on what a fire hazard is. I don't think it's actually a fire hazard, but just in case it is, I'm not going to implicate myself. So, I think it's fine, but I'm not risking you motherfuckers. Let me, some of you guys, you got more knowledge on this than me, okay? Oh, for sure, Spotlight. Yeah, I have no fucking idea what criticism I should take because there's so much bad criticism out there. Wait, Vermin, are you there? Vermin's not watching me. I think Vermin's busy. Fuck! Oh my god. Okay, this is fresh. Vermin let Pigeon into their room, and all Pigeon did was grab a blanket that was in the corner and start pulling it out with her teeth. Just pulling on it and just, like, yanking it back for, like, multiple minutes with no apparent objective or goal. Pigeon, why are you doing this? Pigeon, why? Pigeon, why? She's, like, trying to steal it, like, but, like, very slowly. Show? I don't know if I can show. Wait. Hold on. Hey, Vermin. All right, Pigeon. I can't show the video because it shows some of our checks from the State Department, and I don't want that being leaked. But here's Pigeon. You're so dumb. Why are you dumb? Answer. 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 How is she so stinky? What's this little karate pose? Ooh. It's so weird seeing how cats look without their fur, you know? Like, because their fur makes them poofy, but in reality, they're just like a fat tub. With, like, little meaty chicken legs. Ah! What the fuck are you doing? I think she might be mad that my hands are cold. She loves, like, warmth, you know? I mean, like, a lot. She loves heat. All right. What the fuck were we doing? That is a Michael Knowles video that we are definitely watching. Thank you very much for the recommendation. You gave Matt Binderperson a signal boost for his video on the Jimmy Dore Boogaloo Boy memes? Oh, gotcha. Well, Jesus Vosh, hold them like a normal person. You want to try holding Pigeon normally? You're fucking free to, okay? All you're going to get for your efforts are like claw marks down your arm, okay? And she's fine, by the way. Seriously, you can hold her upside down for an hour and then she'll meh meh, but then you set her down and she'll start purring and like rubbing your leg with her face. She just screams when you hold her. She doesn't like make her upset. She doesn't freak out or get agitated afterwards. She's just stupid. Is Pigeon that strong? Pigeon is strong. Okay? Pigeon is a strong fucking cat. Artemy is very strong, but Pigeon's still strong, yeah. Strong baby. Bad Empanada trying to bait me. Okay. He was like DMing me on what did he DM me on Discord the other day? What was it? It was like fascist Hitler agrees with you. You're afraid to debate because you're a massive idiot and you know it. Scared beta. It's like weak bait, you know? He can do better. I believe in him. Beta. He does look like the soy emoji. What the fuck is going on with guy? Mental illness. Don't think about it too much, okay? Anyway, we've got more to talk about than that. We actually have important stuff to talk about as opposed to like stupid bullshit stuff. I feel like what we should do every once in a while, I feel like we should go over the subreddit, right? I think we should go over the subreddit from time to time, because if we don't, like, how the fuck are you guys gonna know what's up? Which one? The actual subreddit. Okay, buddy time is contextual, okay? What are we doing? What are we up to right now? How are we doing? I've seen a few. What are we doing? Oh, this is relevant. We're talking to a socdem earlier, or later today. Your mods on the subreddit are removing a lot of criticism of you. Can you guys stop bitching at my mods everywhere, okay? Holy fuck. By the way, I don't give a fuck if they remove criticism of me. We get enough criticism of me. What do you mean criticism? Like, which threads? You know, I can see deleted threads. Which criticism? Anyway, Shieldhead calling the lunatic Republican. I love this. I'm always getting info on what Shieldhead's up to. Shieldhead calling the lunatic Republican mayoral candidate for New York City base. She deleted the tweet like a coward, but she's basically endorsing a far-right nutjob, even though she doesn't live in New York City. Lazy and stupid as always. Her populist friends support. This is quite a wordy title. Her populist friends support him too. Fucking pathetic. This is, oh, this is that candidate. Eric, is it Eric Adams? Or no? No, Curtis Sliwa, yeah. This is that candidate associated with that group that Shieldhead was briefly a part of before not being a part of it. What's this guy about again? Republican nominee for the 2021 New York City mayoral election, chief executive officer of the Guardian Angels, a non-profit organization for unarmed crime prevention. Okay. Oh. They're Italian. They're Italian and they lived in Brooklyn. Jesus Christ, no wonder she's for him. All right. Sliwa created the Magnificent 13, a group dedicated to combating violence and crime in the New York City subway. At the time, the city was experiencing a crime wave. It was renamed into the Guardian Angels. The group's actions drew strong reactions, both positive and negative. Membership of the Guardian Angels showed 80% of them were either black or Hispanic in ethnic origin. Unarmed, the group required training in karate and fulfillment of legal requirements for citizen arrest before all members were about to be deployed. Okay, the thing is, this could be a good thing or a bad thing, right? Because on one hand, if crime is high in your city, the idea of like an unarmed task force trying to like clean stuff up a bit, like through citizens arrest, is potentially very beneficial, but it could also be borderline brown shirt shit. The tweet supported Eric Adams, not this guy. Yeah, but Shu isn't supporting Eric Adams. Shu is supporting Curtis Sliwa. Mayor Ed Koh, a critic of Sliwa, launched an investigation into the Guardian Angels, which according to the Washington Post proved so positive the Guardian Angels will soon be awarded some sort of official status. The then Lieutenant Governor Mario Cuomo was a rare early advocate of the org, being quoted saying they're a better expression of morality than our city deserves. In 1992, Sliwa admitted he and the Guardian Angels faked heroic subway rescues for publicity. He also admitted having claimed falsely that 3 off-duty transit police officers had kidnapped him. Okay. In the early 1980s, he expanded operations to Buffalo. One of their members was shot by a police officer. Sliwa claimed the killing of Melvin, an African-American, was racially motivated and had been done by a white officer who was protected by the police department rather than the Hispanic officer identified as the shooter. Wait, is this not a left-leaning person? He assumed the white guy did it rather than the Hispanic guy who was officially said to have, like, taken the shot, and then he claimed it was because of racial biases? Interesting. Murder attempt. Always good to see in your Wikipedia article. Sliwa was kidnapped and shot by 2 gunmen after entering a stolen taxi in Manhattan. Okay. Shots fired, hit groin and legs. Okay, so it was an attempt on his life, not... wait, what are his political beliefs? So far, all we've seen is... Wait, what are we doing right now? Sliwa launched a successful hostile takeover of the Reform Party of the New York State. The party lost its ballot access in the November 2018 elections. In December 2019, Sliwa declared in an interview that he hated Donald Trump, calling him a screwball and a crackpot. In February 2021, weeks after Trump left office, Sliwa switched from the Reform Party to the Republican Party. Okay. Said he'd be running for mayor. Matteo and Sliwa clashed over loyalty to former President Donald Trump. Matteo believed Trump won the 2020 election. In contrast, Sliwa did not support Trump in either 2016 or 2020 and does not support Trump's claims of election fraud. Sliwa is run on a platform opposing the defund the police movement, supporting a property tax overhaul so working-class residents would not pay higher property taxes than wealthy citizens, keeping in place the specialized high school admissions test while increasing opportunities for vocational training in charter schools and focusing on fiscal restraint. He also opposes the killing of unwanted animals and supports making all animal shelters no-kill shelters. None of this seems that bad. I mean, there's probably some other shit, right? But it's like... And it looks like the only thing that Shu was responding to here was that this guy is more progressive on tax issues than she thought he was. This feels like weak drama IMO. I don't know. I'm sure there's some weird red-brown shit going on with this guy. Like, I'm not gonna lie that I don't get sussy vibes with him. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just... I'd have a conversation with him. Yeah. Hold on. You can hear Pigeon, like, scratching at the door outside. Holy shit. This chat cares way too much about Shu. It's more the subreddit, you know? You guys get what I mean, though, right? Like, I guess I need to learn more about this guy. He seems to, like, just judging from his behavior, he seems to me like somebody who just cares a fuck ton about his city. Like, I probably would disagree with a ton of shit on him politically, but... I mean, I don't know. It seems like a lot of his stuff seems to be motivated by a desire to improve a city, even if it's in ways I don't agree with, not by, like, some weird malicious fashy shit. But if there's more info, then I'd want to see. Here's the tweet with the images the guy linked. Yeah, let's see what the specific policy platform being advocated for here is. Sliwa says, our goal is to remedy decades of tax inequality, tax cuts to wealthy and elite corporations. This plan eliminates unfair tax benefits and ensures that NYC's low and middle income communities are no longer forced to subsidize the city's wealthy neighborhoods and residents. Wait. I mean, I'm not going to get mad at Shu for saying, like, wow, that's based, you know? I don't know. The guy who made that post seems to suffer from Shu derangement syndrome. Now we rate whether or not the Shu derangement syndrome is happening. Let's find out, okay? Let's take a look. Do we have some history of submitted Well, they only have 3 submitted threads, and the last 2 of them were on SOH. They are committed. SOH is stupid. Honestly, I don't think she's a fascist. She's just unfathomably wait, is this guy's entire fucking Reddit history? Oh, here's him posting an is SOH right wing again. Wait, this guy's entire account is literally just mauling over SOH. Holy fuck. This comment got removed by the auto moderator because they made a new account specifically to complain about this. The very first account from this was shit talking Crystal Ball and Kyle Kalinske. So I guess they just really hate like populist, like Nosbol adjacent shit. Just pick your battles a little better. I understand the underlying motivation. Just pick your battles well, okay? Control F SOH. Oh, you're right. 107 results. A lot of that is going to be from the titles, but still. All right. Well, you know, it takes all kinds. What else do we got? What else do we got? Candace Owens calls on the U.S. to invade Australia. Based! And I agree. Thank you. Uranon Central goes full turf. Surprising. Do we think Vosh and Bad Empanada should debate? It would, guys, it would just be like screaming. Like, it's nothing there. This meme. Infrared calls Netflix workers parasite while striking. What a pathetic guy. Oh yeah, he said didn't he call the Netflix strikers petite bourgeois? What does he think petite bourgeois means? Does he think that if you does he think that if you work, does he think petite bourgeois means like a little rich or like white collar job or something? Dude, these motherfuckers need to read some Marx. Holy shit. Jabson Pinkle said the same thing. Well, they're a hive mind, and Jabson Pinkle like hardcore copies Haas now, you know. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I want to go over this video. Why Western audiences are so captivated by Ho Yeon-jung's look. I have to go over that. That's too fucking good. Can I go over that right now? No, we have to talk about the other thing first. Hold on. Guys, I don't normally engage in much performative outrage on this channel. Like, I get mad at stuff, but I never go, like... I never do the Jimmy Dore thing, where, like, I just bring up news articles and I, like, scream about them. But, man, I gotta say, if there's anything to really elicit that kind of response, this has gotta be up here, man. Holy... Censored for YouTube's algorithm for curse words in the first few minutes. Johnson & Johnson is using a bankruptcy maneuver to block lawsuits over baby powder cancer claims. It's worse than you think. Let's actually go into it. This is disgusting. This is some unironic, like, this is some, like, you know, clutching Kaczynski's manifesto, like, shaking with anger, blood boiling shit, okay? Johnson & Johnson is drawing criticism after using a controversial bankruptcy maneuver to block roughly 38,000 lawsuits linked to claims that its talc baby powder was contaminated with cancer-causing asbestos. The health products giant used a quirk of Texas state law to spin off a new company called LTL, then dumped all of its asbestos-related liabilities, including the lawsuits, into the new firm. Essentially, what they did is they declared bankruptcy in such a way as to form a new company that they could offshoot all of the, you know... Hey, where are my gamers in chat at, okay? It's a little like using mirror image in Dungeons and Dragons, okay? You know, your opponent's coming at you with a club, you shimmer a little bit, they see a trick of the light and they swing and they hit a little puff of smoke. There you go. LTL filed for bankruptcy last week in a federal court in Charlotte, North Carolina, a move designed to sharply limit efforts to recover damages for those who say they were harmed by Johnson & Johnson's baby powder. Johnson & Johnson doesn't have this liability anymore. They pushed all of it into the company they created just to file for bankruptcy, said Lindsay Simon, a bankruptcy expert at the University of Georgia School of Law. As a result, Simon said, customers can't recover damages against a big solvent company. They have to recover it against this smaller fictional company created by Johnson & Johnson. So it gets worse, if you can believe it. Johnson & Johnson knew asbestos laced some bottles but kept it a secret for decades, Representative Katie Porter tweeted on Tuesday. Tens of thousands of women with ovarian cancer are suing, and the company wants to shield its assets. In 2018, separate investigations by Reuters and the New York Times revealed documents showing Johnson & Johnson fretted for decades that small amounts of asbestos lurked in its baby powder without telling regulators. Reuters. Right here. Johnson & Johnson has repeatedly denied the claim. Again, investigated by the New York Times and Reuters. So, yeah. The company remains one of the wealthiest corporations in the world with more than $25 billion in cash reserves and has not filed for bankruptcy. Johnson & Johnson says the bankruptcy move is legit. During a call with investors on Tuesday, their CEO defended the bankruptcy maneuver and said again that its talc baby powder products, which were discontinued last year, were safe. Still continuing to say that they're safe. But again, it gets worse. There's an established process that allows companies facing abusive tort systems to resolve claims in an efficient and equitable manner. It's really the bankruptcy courts that will ultimately decide this. It's not plaintiff attorneys. It's not Johnson & Johnson. In a separate statement, LTL said that Johnson & Johnson had agreed to provide the new firm with $2 billion, along with other funds, for future payouts linked to baby powder asbestos claims. $2 billion, okay? So I know what you're thinking right now. You're thinking, okay, Johnson & Johnson may have created a shadow company, the LTL company, in order to put off any liabilities associated with the lawsuits that they've received for the cancerous baby powder that they knew about for decades, but at least they've provided the new firm $2 billion. Now, I know what you're thinking. $2 billion is an extraordinary amount of money. Surely $2 billion is enough to cover any potential damages and liabilities, right? Well, We're confident all parties will be treated equitably during this process, said John Kim, chief legal officer of LTL in the statement. But Andrew Birchfield, an attorney with the firm Beasley Allen, who represents women who have sued Johnson & Johnson, said this legal maneuver could make it far more difficult for his clients to recover damages. Women and families would be devastated, and it would just be a get-out-of-jail-free card for Johnson & Johnson. J&J has a mixed record defending itself against these talc asbestos lawsuits. The company has prevailed in many cases, but last year, an appeals court in Missouri ordered the firm to pay $2 billion to women who say J&J's talc product caused their ovarian cancer. So keep in mind that right now they're trying to deal with 38,000 lawsuits, okay? That $2 billion that they paid out in settlement, how many women do you think that was for? $22 cancer sufferers. A Missouri jury initially awarded $4.7 billion, but a state appeals court dropped 2 women from the suit and it reduced the reward to $2 billion. So those $2 billion that they gave to LTL for the 38,000 lawsuits was also given to 22 women for the exact same thing. Johnson & Johnson made this move because these lawsuits would have bankrupted the company. They would have dug a hole under the company. They would have satellite orbit bombed the company with lawsuits. Johnson & Johnson would not exist. They cannot pay out enough money to appropriately reward damages for the known cancerous baby powder. The rest of this article goes on to talk about how this is bad and so on and so forth, but I can say what they say in much more severe language. Every single person associated with this decision at Johnson & Johnson should be in jail right now. In jail, no trial. Sorry. Nope. Goodbye. Legitimately, I mean, we're talking about tens of thousands of people with cancer. What, for their stockholders? Safety? What is that? Hey, if you and I accidentally killed or at least risked the lives of tens of thousands of people, would we not be on trial Would we not be on trial for something more than civil liability? No, 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 no. We would be on trial for the chair. We would be sent to the gallows. We would be on death row. We would be considered mass murderers, justly, correctly. But because they have sufficiently abstracted the process of stochastic murder by not pointing guns at people, but rather just allowing this to happen, and now they're trying to avoid the meager fraction of the consequences they should experience, they're not going to have to get shit. Let me tell you what should actually happen, okay? It should not be possible for them to offshoot all of these legal liabilities onto that secondary company. Johnson & Johnson should be bankrupted. Every executive at Johnson & Johnson should be bankrupted. Every cent they own, every bit of property they have, up to the shirt on their back, should be dissolved, liquidated, and distributed to the many women who have been hurt by their knowingly damaging products. What about cigarette companies? Motherfucker, if you don't think I think the same shit about the cigarette companies who lied. And then they should be arrested. And then they should spend the rest of their lives in jail. And then Johnson & Johnson should be nationalized. The state should step in and nationalize that industry. And it should be forevermore run by the government. They clearly are not capable of handling the responsibility themselves. Can you imagine if Johnson & Johnson had done this while being a subsidiary of the U.S. government? The asbestos-lined baby powder? There would be a coup. Can you even fathom? We're still talking about the Tuskegee syphilis experiment decades later. Did the Tuskegee syphilis experiment affect 38,000 people? No, it did not. We hold our government to a higher standard because we do ostensibly live in a democracy, and we are offended, rightfully, outraged, rightfully, when the government hurts people. At least when they hurt Americans. We don't seem to care very much when they hurt non-Americans, but that's another point. But when companies do this stuff, oh, the legal liability can just be shunted and moved around. And you can declare bankruptcy in any state you want. You know, whichever one has laws favorable to you. Texas allows you to do this little loophole shadow dance fucking ninjutsu that, you know, you throw the lawsuits and they hit the Johnson & Johnson, but actually there's a poof of smoke and it just hits a little wooden log. You know how the ninjas do it in the anime? Just like that. That's what we got to deal with, folks. And now those women are going to get what? 38,000, 2 billion to distribute amongst them. What is that? What is that going to be? What? Less than 100,000 per? Take 2 billion to yeah. What, like 50,000 per, 60,000 per? Something like that per person, right? For ovarian cancer. $52,000. Is that money enough for cancer though? There is no money enough. Money and ovarian cancer exist in two very different categories. Any amount of money is insufficient, but some money can alleviate the harm. The real good that can be done, the real social benefit we can accrue from the situation is harsh punishment, very harsh punishment for the people responsible for this behavior. In any just society, when we talk about people on death row, this is what we'd be talking about. Now, I don't agree with the death penalty, but as long as we have it in this country, who goes on death row? What, petty murderers? Who goes on death row? Do you see CEOs on death row? Do you? Never. There is not a petty crook, a murderer, a rapist, a serial killer, or a terrorist in the world that can do as much harm singly as what Johnson & Johnson did to those women. How many women have ovarian cancer who you don't think are even roped into the lawsuit? How many women use that baby powder? You think they got every one with ovarian cancer? I doubt they got a tenth. I doubt they got 5% of the women with ovarian cancer. We will see literal demographic death statistics rise in time as a product of what Johnson & Johnson did. There is no terrorist on earth, no ISIS agitator, no Al-Qaeda plane flyer, no suicide bomber. There is nothing, no one, no human who would ever be executed by the state is capable of doing that much harm. Only businessmen and politicians. But they don't go to death row. They get to make legal liability absolving secondary companies thanks to the bankruptcy laws present in Texas. They did it all legally. They'll never see a day in jail. Is this just Moss? Nah. This isn't just Moss. The systems are important here. It is true that what we're talking about fundamentally is a systemic failure. Getting rid of the bad CEOs won't fix the incentives that lead pharmaceutical companies to kill so many people. You can't just replace the board of directors at Nestle or whatever and then fix all the issues. However, something can be Moss and people's metaphorical heads can still roll, right? Those don't have to be mutually exclusive. We learned that at Nuremberg, didn't we? The problems in Nazi Germany were systemic. What are you going to do? Get rid of the bad Nazi in power and put a good Nazi in power? No. The systemic solutions were ultimately necessary. Nothing but the systemic removal of that government could fix that country's problems. But that doesn't mean we can't see a few Nazis hang. That doesn't mean we can't paint a few walls. With Nazis, I mean. But never suggest violence against modern contemporary architects of mass death. Only historical, pre-modern architects of mass death. I would never, ever. Because that would be political violence, which is wrong. All right. Moving along. Why are we being retributive? We're not. It's pointing out a hypocrisy which I'm very frustrated with. What I'm describing right now is the difference between violence and systemic violence. It is frustrating to me that society ascribes a very great degree of moral outrage to traditional degrees of violence, but systemic violence, like politicians voting against healthcare bills, or Johnson & Johnson executives allowing cancerous agents to be disseminated to hundreds of thousands of women, those don't get treated the same way. Not even close. They get treated very, very differently. It frustrates me tremendously. It's one of the reasons why so many people die in agony these days, but nobody ever gets, like, at least back in the day, Foucault wrote about this. At least back in the day, back before we had all these modern systems, at least when bad things happened, you knew who to blame. Back in the days of lords and kings and aristocrats and feudalism, when bad things happen, you knew who to blame, okay? If there was a famine because some dipshit fucking burned down all the farms, you know who burned down all the farms. If people are executed at the stake, you know who's doing that. It's all very clear. There's very direct connections between action and outcome. And it was even more direct in the days before that. But now everything is so abstract. It's so abstract that you can have tens of thousands of people get cancer, and it's just a legal liability issue, you know? Tens of thousands of people having their lives threatened, being given a potentially terminal illness in a sane society. I mean, this would be unfathomable. I mean, there would be blood in the streets. I mean, imagine if 38,000 people starved because like a corrupt local like government official like started hoarding food that was supposed to go to like local grocery stores or something. Like, in order for something that direct to happen, you would have to think about some unfathomably monstrous thing that can't even really happen in our modern system, right? You think, oh, we're so civilized. Oh, well, that can't happen. We don't have barons and warlords anymore. We have well-distributed checks and balances that ensure our power structures are susceptible to public inquiry. And sometimes that's true. The government, because it moves slowly and bureaucratically, is sometimes incapable of inflicting harm through the kind of demagoguery and warlord tendencies that you would have seen in the past. But we don't have even a facsimile of democracy in our corporate structures. And because our government is ultimately run by, or at least heavily influenced by, corporate interest, that means that states like Texas will pass laws that allow people to create shell companies to offset legal liability. And all this means is that people get to die, but rather than it being somebody shooting them in the head, it's actually some abstract failing of a paperwork signed 10,000, bureaucratic checks ago, and oh, it means this and that, and nobody really meant anything. People just die. It's very distressing. Do you understand? It's not about vindictiveness. Or to put it another way, if there was a person who murdered 38,000 people because it made them money, like directly, like they murdered and stole their watches and rings and stuff like that, if I was up here saying this person deserves the wall, would anyone in chat care? No, you fucking wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. No. Nobody would. 0 people would. 0 human beings would. I'm not saying those executives deserve the wall. In all seriousness, I want to dispel any myths, by the way. I don't believe in capital punishment. As fun as it is sometimes to envision. Besides, you know what's even more humiliating and degrading than capital punishment? A life sentence for a billionaire. Doesn't that just sound nice? I don't mean a nice prison either, you know. Listen, I want them to be in the same conditions as your average American prisoner. I don't want them to get an extra bad prison. I just want them to have a regular American prison. There we go. And if we want them to be treated better, then we make all of our prisons better. That's what I care about. Okay? A billionaire living out their lives with that would kill themselves within a month anyway. Wouldn't worry about it. All right. I'd be more in favor of giving them an extremely low wealth cap. Danny, are you like libbing me right now? You don't want them to go to jail? Danny. Did you see what Dylan tweeted about you? Let me see. Nice meme. Here. All right. What would that mean for workers, though, if their boss is locked up in jail and the company falls under if they have to be laid off? The government takes over. Johnson & Johnson should be nationalized, as should all pharmaceutical companies. I firmly believe that pharmaceutical companies are part of the group of companies that would function perfectly well under a nationalized system. I very much believe that. I feel like there are sufficient incentives for a nationalized agency to produce pharmaceutical solutions to the nation's problems. And the nation does benefit from people being healthier. There are objective economic and social benefits to people being in good health. Not always a good profit incentive to keep them healthy. Vosh, do you have evidence for that? No, I haven't done an in-depth research stream on that particular subject. Oh, we got a raid? Raid of mails. Denims! The Denims raid. What's up? You just missed us talking about stuff. Well, we're going to talk about some more stuff. I gotta say, I saw this hit the meme factory, and I loved it, you know? I loved it so much because there's something about it. Why Hoyeon Jung's look is unique. Analyzing Celebrity Faces, Episode 9. What makes Hoyeon Jung so attractive? I gotta wonder, man. They've got like a series on this, right? About what makes Michael B. Jordan's face attractive. A comprehensive breakdown of every nose shape defining beauty. I don't like this stuff. I gotta say, you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. There are some general things humans seem to find attractive, but honestly, you can look around the place and find people who deviate from that and are still considered pretty attractive. This obsession with face shapes, plus, well, I guess we'll find out, won't we?
Let's talk about Hoyeon-jung.
Sure.
You may know her as Squid Game's Player 67. I've seen her in a couple of fashion weeks in the past, but the answer for why she's so attractive is actually really quite simple. She's extremely symmetric, more so than most models, with a masculine facial width to height ratio. In other words, her face is very short and wide with a mix of neotenous or juvenile and dimorphic features.
Wow, I hate this already. Can you imagine thinking of... Look, I'll give him a chance. Hold on.
And above average dentofacial growth. In short, she fits Western ideals of female beauty more so than the Eastern ones, and I'll explain what I mean by that in just a bit. If you're new to the channel, we break down...
I'm pretty sure Hoyeon-jung's considered attractive in Korea as well.
Beauty in a more scientific way using research literature, so strap in, I'm going to explain why each of these points contributes to her unique but quite intimidating look and why in Squid Game her look worked so well in depicting a cutthroat rogue character.
Okay.
To start off her analysis, let's talk about symmetry. Symmetry is important in modeling for a number of reasons. From an evolutionary...
What is the slant on this channel? Let me just know the direction we're coming from so I can find... Hold on. Taking a look at the age-old question of what makes a face beautiful through anthropology and cognitive psychology. Okay. I guess there are ways this could be valid. Let's watch, you know. I'm going to try to keep my mind open.
From a psychology point of view, researchers such as Gillian Rhodes have identified it as one of the fundamentals of an attractive face.
Okay.
A symmetric face is an indicator of strong genetic health, but more importantly, a symmetric face is one that's free of any malocclusions, malformations, or disruptions like cleft palate, which link back to poor genetic health indicators, as we've covered in our full breakdown on the different types of symmetry over here.
Okay. I think there's a little bit of a middle ground between having a perfectly symmetrical face and having a cleft lip, right? Like, I think we can understand most people believe that cleft lips aren't considered conventionally attractive. It seems odd to be, well, you've got, like, symmetrical faces, but, like, look at what non-symmetrical faces look like. And then you show, like, a cleft lip. Like, okay, I guess.
The symmetry component is also partially influenced by your upbringing. Healthy dentofacial development is influenced by the diet that you eat, and as we've covered previously, 75% of asymmetries occur in the lower jaw.
Wait, is this guy citing his own sources? Wait, this is his article. Earlier he was citing... is he citing articles that he's... Have us analyze your face or order a morph here. They have a Patreon, a small Twitter account, a brand dedicated to exploring human aesthetics and beauty culture through anthropological data. This is retweeting the red skin. That's from mid 2020. Their last retweet was the red scare girl. Damn, bro, you used to look like a Greek god. Now you look like you listen to podcasts. I remember this tweet. Huh. I'm so curious about this. Yeah, it's the one good tweet. Uh-huh. So this is like a whole thing. This is like a whole... Okay. Let me get the vibes from this, okay? I am not an expert on any of this. However, I do want to vibe check.
Unsurprisingly, because it's subject to a lot of uneven forces from all directions as you start chewing hard and soft foods. So having symmetry is a double benefit. It indicates strong nature and nurture qualities that you would want to pass on to your offspring. From personal experience in the modeling industry, symmetry is really important for frontal shots, which is much more important in print.
Okay, wait. I strongly disagree with the fundamental premise being laid out here, okay? The argument is that models have symmetrical faces because they tend to describe or suggest... Oh, could you close the window while you're over there? They tend to suggest more healthy features. Have you guys seen what models look like? Like runway models? They are bone thin, okay? They actually have to keep the windows closed when models are walking down the runway so they don't get blown away by a stiff breeze coming from outside, okay? Models do not live like healthy lifestyles all the time. In fact, oftentimes they don't. There are really arbitrary, like asinine physical beauty requirements that are associated with that with that, you know, profession. You guys understand what I'm talking about, right? Like models, like, I'm not trying to throw shade at anyone here, okay? I think that being a runway model is a legit job. I don't think that if you're, like, unhealthily skinny, that makes you a bad person or whatever. I'm not doing any of that shit. However, like, I know a little bit about runway modeling because I had a friend back in high school and college who did some shoots and was kind of, like, a little bit involved in that scene. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on there that really has nothing to do with health. It tends to prioritize, like, gaunt, angular features, height, being lanky, being very skinny. Sometimes there are even like artificial deformities that they'll do. Like for a while, I remember that a front-centered tooth gap was considered attractive. So there were actually cases of models artificially widening it through both medical and like conventional procedures. Like, so I don't think that I don't think like the modeling industry promotes health so much as it promotes the modeling industry, you know? I don't want to show photos because, like, I don't want to shit talk any of the models here because I think you're doing a valid thing. But yeah, I don't. The Evo Psych perspective on this just feels a bit odd to me.
And editorial, not so much for runway because in fashion and runway, you're going to be gone in a second, so nobody's really assessing.
Yeah, like this is not this. But you're missing the point. He's saying they have symmetry as a consequence of generations of health and wealth, right? Not that they're eating well and healthy now. I guess? But so is he saying like, well, this is indicative of health and that's why it's desired, but all the other stuff that's not indicative of health is not desired? Like, it seems like you're kind of picking and choosing, right? He addresses the argument. Okay, I'll listen. I'll listen. All right. How is this beautiful? Well, I think they're pretty. It's just you have to understand. Just watch the thing. Watch the thing.
Seeing your symmetry while you're walking on a runway. Mastering the perfectly symmetrical dead-on look is also very difficult because a lot of models, minor eyelid asymmetry or jaw asymmetries are very common. So having a perfectly symmetrical face, even in a group of some of the most symmetrical faces on the planet, is a big factor in looking strikingly different. Oyon also has an unusual facial dimension.
Okay, so he's not saying that... Okay, I think I understand now. He's not saying that all of the standards for modern beauty are defined by things that indicate health. He's just saying that symmetry in particular is something that's associated with genetic health. Right? Okay. I thought he was saying like anthropology is the reason why runway models are considered so beautiful. It's because of like genetic health or whatever, which, yeah.
Unusual in the sense that it deviates from the Korean beauty standard of thin, narrow, and tall face shapes, in other words the oval face shape, as we've covered in our East Asian beauty standards video. Her face is actually more masculine with increased malar or cheekbone prominence, which funnily enough is something that many East Asians get reduced in what's known as malar reduction surgery to achieve a narrower face and that oval face shape. An oval face shape increases impressions of trust and femininity at first glance, whereas her facial dimensions have quite the opposite effect. So despite not fitting the Korean or East Asian standards in theory, her features fit very strongly with beauty preferences in the West for female models, most of which...
I think I understand the argument being made here. Hold on. Korean models. I don't know much about like the Korean... I guess I know more about Japanese or whatever, but like, let me see. Korean models. Well, one of the first people that... Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, I guess I see what they're saying with like the oval face kind of thing. It's really difficult to tell with stuff like this because a ton of like foreign standards for beauty are influenced by Western white beauty standards, you know? Like you had centuries and millennia in these cultures of them thinking a certain thing was beautiful, and then white people like fucking set their country on fire or something. And then they're like, oh yeah, skin bleaching is all the rage or whatever. I'm simplifying it a little bit, but yeah.
If you'll notice, have wide and more masculine appearing faces with greater dentofacial protrusion.
Why does your chat think this is sussy? Because using anthropology and evolutionary psychology to talk about beauty standards is 99.9% of the time a dog whistle for race realism. Overwhelmingly, stuff like this is associated with phrenology and with trying to prescriptively assign different racial groups like beauty categories based on their appearances, you know? I have seen so many fucking pull memes and like alt-right videos talking about how like the natural shape of the white woman is like the object of beauty and then like everyone else is not or whatever, you know? Now this channel isn't doing that. At least they haven't done that yet. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do that later, but they're definitely treading on territory that does get a lot of really bad faith representation, if that makes any sense. I don't think they've done anything wrong yet. It's just that they're walking on a narrow. But yeah, let's see. So far, by the way, I think this video is fine. The only thing I could say is like there's a lot of blur between prescriptive and descriptive stuff here that I think the video is not jumping that gap, but I could see how other people might, but that's not really the responsibility of the video to not. Yeah, so we'll see.
This very characteristic of a wide but short face has been identified in the research literature as far back as the late 1980s as having a high facial width to height ratio, which is a masculinizing feature that makes the face seem much more intimidating. However, instead of using the traditional facial width to height ratio, a facial index ratio is better at showing what I mean, as the facial width to height ratio is more concerned about the dimensions of the mid-face, and the facial index considers the dimensions of the face as a whole. Having a wide face not only stretches the
What is our facial index ratio? Wait, hold on. I want to know. Hold on. I want to find out. We have to do... Wait, is there a photo of me? If I Google image search, is there one of me just looking straight forward? Well, there are a few, but I have my mouth open. Here, we'll take a new photo. We're going to take a new photo, okay? Hold on. Can we... Chat, I need you to screenshot me and post an image or link of my face. Okay? Come on. Wait, glasses off? Okay, glasses off. Okay. Come on. This is what I look like? Jesus Christ, why do you guys watch me? All right, we got one. All right. Imagine. Open with Clip Studio Paint. That was a quick screen cap right there. Oh my god. I've got those little dents in my nose from the glasses. Okay, so here's what we do. Create 2 new layers, okay? In layer 1, is right here, right? Where's the line drawn? Right below the eyes? Okay, right below the eyes. Okay, we draw it right here. There, that's even. And then to the hairline. My chin ends right about here. I'm guessing. Wait, we need this one, the new layer. There. And then my chin right here. I think. Okay. Now that we've established that, all we have to do is rotate this line to see its relative length compared to the other one. What do you think that is? What is that, a 1.3, maybe? We can also find out, there's probably a better way of doing this, but we can also find out by cutting off the excess and lining it up like that. So that's the excess. What, that would be 50%. and that would be 25%. So like 30, like 1.3. There we go. We're at a 1.3 ratio, boys. Let's go.
Cheekbones out to have greater malar prominence, but also stretches the eyes out to look narrower and wider, assuming that the face has healthy and proportional dentofacial development without any hypertelorism or other abnormalities. Researchers such as Geniol et al. Have identified that higher facial width to height ratios make faces appear much more untrustworthy, but also intimidating, which is exactly how Hoyun was portrayed through Player 67. As you can imagine, this makes the face intimidating, much like the eyes of a jaguar or some other predator, an idea which we've covered in our analysis of another model, Jordan Barrett, with an equally wide and intimidating face. I feel as if at this point
I wonder if this video is going to talk about why people find Hoyun Jung attractive, when generally speaking, features like this are considered unattractive in women. Dark eye circles, an intimidating, leering look. These are usually things like that are considered kind of like off-putting, right? Like, don't like the big doe-eyed expressions tend to do better, like with women, in terms of like conventional attractiveness. Now, I find her very attractive. We're not talking about me here. I'm just saying, like, I wonder how you bridge that gap exactly.
As if at this point I've covered everything on the channel for you guys to just come up with your own analysis. Quite recently on the podcast, I spoke about the concept of averaged faces. In other words, a composite of many faces together looks better than an individual face on its own. However, the most
title is unique, not conventionally attractive. Yeah, but the video talked about how attractive people find her, you know? A lot of models have more masculine features in general. Yeah, I wonder if that's like, is it because modeling companies, like the modeling industry, tends to favor stoicism? Usually, like, runway models, men or women, have this, like, fucking blue steel look all the time. Like, constantly, you know? This permanent fucking Zoolander gaze that they're always rocking, like, hard, you know? But that might just be, like, a trend, I don't know. Or, like, that might just be, like, an industry preference.
Attractive faces actually deviate away from the averaged faces. Pay attention to the wording there. This is because the most attractive models, particularly women, have above average dentofacial protrusion as identified by Peck and Peck 1970. This is a concept that I've never actually talked about explicitly, but have hinted at in the past.
You know what I mean? Like, she looks like somebody's killing her dog in front of her and she doesn't mind.
And perhaps you've noticed this yourself when looking at female models in their castings. Most Western models have very defined dentofacial features and jaw sizes and dimensions that can almost rival their male counterparts.
That fucking walk, dude.
In the East, model selections are much more cute and soft, with less protrusive dentofacial features, and this is simply because of different beauty standards. Hoyun falls into the former category, giving her that dominating and intimidating look, but with a number of soft and neotenous facial features that can still make her appear quite feminine.
I guess that makes sense.
Most women, on average, will have less defined jaws and forward protrusive dentofacial growth than their male counterparts. That's just how it is. However, those that do not produce more striking and intimidating faces that Westerners tend to find more attractive. From Peck's paper, Miss Massachusetts 1964 on the top right, and virtually all of the other beauty pageant winners all have very wide faces with relatively narrow and masculine eyes. This isn't to say that they're more attractive than narrower oval-shaped faces and rounded feminine eyes that you'd see in the East, but this is an American beauty standard with a preference for masculine dentofacial.
This data is so dated. I mean, I think I get the arguments being made. I can't, like, double-check the data right off the top of my head, but I think I understand the argument being made.
Structures and wide bizygomatic widths. All of these faces have very defined inferior mandible borders or jawlines and protrusive lower jaws that line up with the glabella or the base of the forehead, indicating a normally projected jaw.
Besides, isn't this good news for all the fucking trans girls, right? Because they're saying that, like, all the runway model chicks have, like, slightly more protrudes, like, chin and, like, facial structure, right? So, like, if there's a difference in that between being AMAB and AFAB, then, like, there you go, kablamo. Trans women just born models. Congratulations. There you go. I assume it's that easy.
Women typically tend to have more retrusive jaws that fall just a bit short of this line, but not these exceptional examples, which are considered some of the most attractive women for their time. Having a more retrusive jaw, like the average woman is expected to have, makes the jawline appear less defined, as the skin and soft tissue is not stretched as tightly or tautly, and makes the face appear a lot softer.
Does anyone know if that jaw maxing shit is legit? Have any of you guys ever browsed incel forums where they talk about, like, if you chew a bunch of gum or something, like it'll make your jaw bigger or whatever? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. It can work, but it's not safe. Wait, how is it not safe? Wait, what are they doing that's not safe? Markiplier had a phase where he actually tried to do that. Does Markiplier really need to be more attractive? Is that really something Markiplier needs to do? This is a zero-sum game, okay? The more attractive Markiplier gets, the less attractive we all become. Does Markiplier seriously need to edit? Look at this fucking beefcake, dude. Where's the phrenology video on this guy, okay? I want to know why he's so captivating and beautiful to look at. Jesus Christ. Jesus, he's so fucking hot. I think that's the reason why I never watched PewDiePie when I was like 12 or whatever. It was because I was watching him, you know? Because, like, damn. Sorry, we're off track.
Less intimidating, more submissive, albeit a bit more feminine too. On the contrary, above average faces have longer mandibles, oftentimes with greater gonial
Look at that fucking Dylan Burns jaw. Holy shit.
width or jaw width for both men and women, which is why the likes of Margaret Robbie to Hoyun, despite her being a Korean actor and model, so a not Caucasian like in these examples, are so captivating to a Western audience. Peck's paper defines facial harmony as an orderly and logical flow of facial features, which is a very subjective term. Personally, at Coovs, we define harmony using proportion tests for our facial aesthetic reports, some of which we've actually covered here, but looking at Hoyun's side profile, it's very clear to see that her orthodontic profile has a very pleasing balance with her soft tissue profile. In other words, one particular facial...
The technical descriptions, I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with them, but holy shit, they do sound weird. What was the thing that I'm interested in is, like, so I get what he's saying about, like, Western beauty standards preferring less, like, more like stoic and less soft looking models or whatever. I'm trying to find a Korean model who looks close to the image that he used. Okay, we'll just use this person. Okay, there we go. Right? This kind of looks like the person they flashed on screen like 30 seconds ago. The thing that I don't get, though, is, like, isn't there, like, a huge thing about people in the West being super attracted to this, like, type of look, right? A lot of Asian women are considered hyper feminine because, well, for a lot of really complicated reasons, but I guess maybe for different reasons, right? Whenever I see people thirsting over girls who look like this online, though, it's usually like the creepy, like, libertarian dudes with Asian wives types. You know what I mean? Where they're like, you know, yeah, feminism hasn't ruined these bitches, you know, like, yeah, like that kind of shit. I don't know if I see it get talked about that much outside of that, but yeah, I don't really know. Interesting stuff.
Facial feature does not dominate over the others, such as a prognathic or protruding jaw. Lastly, her face has a lot of neotenous features, which is why it's softer and rounder than typical models. Facial neoteny refers to the presence of juvenile features that influence the way that face is perceived. More babyish faces with juvenile features, such as a youthful hairline with no frontotemporal recession, or a high hairline and rounded forehead, may be taken less seriously and
Is that... Do I have a juvenile hairline? It's like my hairline is exactly where it was when I was a baby. I mean, no, you have a widow's peak? Well, sure, but what's the difference for, like, a woman? Women's hair doesn't really recede. I mean, it can a little bit, I think, but huh. Women literally go bald wash. Yeah, but not in the way that guys do. Like, it's not as much of a...
obviously less intimidating, which is not what we want for her role in Squid Game. Buccal fat is informally referred to as baby fat, as the volume loss in this region is one of the more notable signs of an aging or maturing face. You can also get it surgically removed early on to give yourself a less neotenous face.
Jesus Christ. Wait, was this post-surgery? No offense, but she looks like a skull. In the latter video there. Or in the latter photo. Right? I don't know. I feel like if you look like this, I don't know what you would ever go to it. Not really? You don't think there's a little bit skull-like? A little bit? It's the eyeshadow? No, it's the skull. No, it's not the eyeshadow. It's the skull.
Like many celebrities and models do, but to be fair, I don't actually know if Margot Robbie had the surgery done or she just aged naturally and gracefully in this example. Then maybe you've noticed it for yourself, as Julie Bowen's cheeks go from soft and puffy to gaunt and sharp 11 seasons later for Modern Family. In Squid Game, her buccal fat appears to be a lot less, and this could be a combination of camera angles, weight loss, high contrast, and color grading in post-production, or what I would guess is a little bit of dehydration, which gives the cheek a hollower, almost starved look as the malar eminences or the cheekbones really start to pop. Obviously, this is a mature facial trait, the opposite of a neotenous facial feature, and we take number 67.
This guy's an unhealthy obsession. I mean, it's a company that specializes in like facial analysis, right? I don't necessarily know if that's an obsession. It's just kind of an odd topic. I'm interested in it though. Because people were memeing about this video on Twitter. I didn't know if it would go into phrenology or whatever, but I think this video hasn't actually trended towards any weird race science.
A lot more seriously as a result. Compare this to her companion, number 240, who is not only portrayed as a smaller, frailer girl with more neotenous and girlish features than, well, spoiler, we don't really expect her to do any of the cutthroat things that Se Bjork does, and true to her character, she is a very passive person. These casting decisions are very deliberate and complement the camera angles and acting personas that have been written up by the writers for every single character. When an actor is said to have the look that these casting directors are going for, these are the factors that these directors actually consider, although a lot more subconsciously. I'm sure they're not calculating facial width to height ratios and comparing them to...
Guys, nothing got spoiled. Holy shit. Nothing about what we saw is going to affect your shit. Okay, shut up.
...cephalometric standards. So, hopefully that clears up your burning questions of why Hoyeon is so attractive, especially why the West is all of a sudden smitten by a model and new actor they would have never heard of before. Her on-screen persona as a dominant and capable woman also adds to the appeal, and we've covered this on-screen influence in virtually every analysis of a celebrity, especially in the Ryan Gosling analysis. But understand that the way she is portrayed in Squid Game is certainly not how she looks in reality. The lack of sleep, starved and tired look in a...
Alright, that's enough. I think this is a really good argument for why representation matters too, I think, you know? There have been a ton of people on the TL thirsting over characters from Squid Game, which I think is cool, because our tastes and our interest in people are defined in large part by what we're familiar with, you know? We have to be exposed to something to find it attractive, after all, otherwise we don't really know that it exists. So if all we're consuming is Western media, then we're not really, you know? We don't really have much racial representation in the media that we consume, you know? Like, there are Asian people in Western media, but... how do I put this? Check pinned comment? Oh, hold on. To address the Twitter criticism, the video's totaled why Hoyeon is attracted to Western audience, not to Korean or East Asian. Western beauty standards multiply to racial ethnic features. Twitter incorrectly strawmans video that the video is fitting her to Eurocentric beauty standards, which is incorrect. Eurocentric beauty standards prefer features closer in shape to size to Eastern beauty standards, which is false. Personal favorites of mine. She's hot because she's hot. Now stop. She can't be attractive. She's not white. Okay, I'm bored now. The video is fine. There's nothing wrong with the video. It's odd because it's an odd topic, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it necessarily. Anyway, I think that stuff like this is interesting because, you know, what we consider to be potentially attractive or interesting can really be influenced by what we see. In Western media, we don't really have that much racial diversity, you know? Or, well, we have racial diversity sometimes, but we don't have much in the way of ethnic diversity, which I think is also really, really important, you know? Like, we have Asian actors and actresses in Western media, but they tend to be Asian American, which means that their cultural predilections are, I mean, they're Americans. If you're born in America, you're a goddamn American. You're with me, you know? Which means they're probably going to be influenced by the same, like, kind of fashion and aesthetic preferences that are normalized in the West, you know? But if you watch media from other cultures, you'll find that it's not just like the race, because people of whatever race can be any culture, you know? It's like a combination of like ethnic and racial, cultural, linguistic things that all combine to give us a different experience of what like humans can be. Which is really limited when all you watch is Marvel movies, you know? I know probably a lot of people out there who are like, dude, I get lots of racial diversity, okay? I saw Doctor Strange, okay? Dude, those like crazy China martial arts dudes were like Asian, and like, you know, Captain Falcon's black, and like Hawkeye's I was about to say Hawkeye's Hispanic. No, he's fucking not. What are we what, wait, are there any Hispanic are there any Hispanic people in the Are there not? Ant-Man's friend? Oh, are Miles Morales isn't in the Marvel movies. Wait, is there seriously no Hispanic superhero? How many Hispanic people are in America? Wait. No way. No way. 60 million? That's a fifth of our country. Wait. No way. There has to be at least one, right? Speedy Gonzalez. Stop. We're done. Stop. It's over. It's over and we're done. End the segment. Stop. You're all racist. You're all racist. Stop. Also, hey, Shu. We phrenologied my face earlier. We measured my we measured my face. Gamora? Is Gamora... I think she's an alien. Oh! I get it, no nothing. On a bit of an edgy streak with you, aren't we? I get it. Yeah, I get it. Oh, you got an edgy little boy over there, huh? Yeah. Her actress is Hispanic? Oh, okay. Gamora is played by a Spanish person. It doesn't count when you put them in green makeup, okay? If anything, there's like a long-standing Hollywood trope of having aliens played by non-white people that's problematic in its own right. So we're... Okay. Stop. Fuck, we're not gonna have time for the fucking town hall. God damn it! The conservative case for Hooters booty shorts. This is incredible. This title on its own is incredible. I don't need anything but the title. If I left right now, I'd probably get the exact same amount of enjoyment. So for those of you who don't know, recently, Hooters had an outfit change. Okay? It's like they're wearing booty shorts now. That's the thing, I think, right? It's like different crotch string uniform shorts. Oh my god, is this it? Wait, is this... Is this what they're wearing? I don't even know if I can show this. Jesus Christ. Those aren't booty shorts. That's like... Is that... Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. The divorced dad's favorite restaurant just got even more divorced, I guess. Holy fuck. It looks good on her? I mean, yeah, she looks great. I'm not going to complain about that. It's just... Is that underwear? I mean, it's shorts over underwear. What was the uniform before? I think before it was booty shorts, but now it's those, I think. Like, now it's like... Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, apparently some people are mad about that. I'm 50-50 on this. First of all, the workers there, if they're being made to feel uncomfortable, have every right to complain about it, to protest. I think that's great. On the other hand, I've always kind of considered, like, Hooters to be a borderline, like, sex workplace anyway. You know? So, like, I like, if they trend all the way in that direction, I mean, maybe they just need to commit harder, okay? They've had, like, short shorts and, like, cleavage for a while now, but maybe they need to go all the way and just have women walking around in thongs and tassels or something, you know? Or, like, 3 little strips of electrical tape. I don't know. Anyway, solidarity with the workers, whatever. Yeah, it's like a hybrid strip club restaurant. Anyway, I want to see Michael Knowles, who's one of those, like, I'm a real conservative, degeneracy is bad, sex work is bad type, make this video because he knows he has divorced dads in his audience. Look up the Bombshells restaurant. Hold on. Bombshells restaurant. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Shoo. You don't simp for these, do you? This is like American military fetishism. Shoo, I'm on to you. Shoo. Get it? They're bombshells because... Where the fuck did that image go? What? There. Hello? Oh my god, are those ammo belts? They are, aren't they? Well. Also, the image that I clicked on from Google Images is attached to a Yahoo Finance article in which the CEO of Bombshells is saying that Trump is good. So, in case there's one person watching right now who was surprised by that, there you go. Anyway, this video only exists because of the divorced dads in the Michael Knowles audience. Let's go.
I want to turn to a topic that is near and dear to my heart. Hooters. You know Hooters? It's the chicken place where you get wings and beer and the women have kind of short shorts on and tight little t-shirts, and it's not the most politically correct place and it's not the most feminist place, but
it's just they're just half model, half waitress. There's nothing politically incorrect about it, and there's nothing anti-feminist about it. It's just a restaurant with titties.
It is a place where people often go on their bachelor parties. So Hooters, and the reason they go is because they have great chicken. It's like when people say, I read Playboy for the articles. You go to Hooters for the chicken wings. They are actually excellent chicken wings. So Hooters has Hooters has a new uniform. And
has anyone ever been to Islands? I think it's like a SoCal thing. The Islands restaurant. They always have like this tiki aesthetic. You know what I mean? Their chicken tendies fucking slap. Have you had their chicken tendies? Holy shit. Their chicken tendies were so good. Hooters is now returned for them. In 10 years, OnlyFans will be returned. Yeah, 2042 conservatives will be like, you know, remember the good old days? Remember Cutie? All right, moving on.
The uniforms were already a little risque, and starting this month, all Hooters girls are required to wear these new shorts, which are even less
that's crazy
than the old shorts, and they kind of display a little bit more in the way of the...
I've had friends who work for Hooters. They don't treat their waitresses the best, TBH. It's kind of misogynistic. Yeah, the treatment of the workers is misogynistic, but I don't think there's anything anti-feminist or misogynistic about the concept of having, like, waitress models or whatever. I don't think there's anything fundamentally anti-feminist about that. Or if you think that there is, then you'd have to believe, like, any industry that pertains to anybody's appearance is anti-feminist. Well, I guess there are feminists who believe that, but I don't. I just think we need femboy Hooters, and then we even it out, okay? That way you've got everyone getting involved.
Tights and the curves and the things that a lot of people go to Hooters to see. So they say the old shorts should not be worn. Some women are upset about this. I doubt that really any of the Hooters staff members are upset about this.
That was literally what this started. Didn't this literally start because there were Hooters employees complaining about the uniform change? 3.2 million likes. Don't copyright strike me, please. Yeah, 3.2 million likes. That means like probably 10 or 20 million views. That was, yeah, that's literally what started this.
Right, they're working at Hooters. They know what they're signing up for, okay? This is not, you know, some Victorian bed and breakfast or something. This is a...
They signed up for the existing uniform, not for any future uniform changes.
Place where you are there to cater to guys who want to see women wearing skimpy little outfits. But some people are offended on behalf of the people who are at Hooters, and they're saying this is awful and terrible and patriarchal and sexist and whatever.
It's such a waste of time having these shadow arguments when you can ignore like anything anyone's actually talking about and just focus on the idea that people who aren't offended or who aren't affected by this are getting outraged.
I find myself a little bit torn here.
He's lying here?
Because
really?
I don't think that we ought to encourage more licentiousness in the culture. I think we've got plenty of that, and I'm not of the opinion of the libertines, you know, or sometimes the libertarians who trend a little libertine to say, yeah, woohoo, do whatever you want, you know, fulfill any base desires that you have, just don't make me pay for it or something.
I just want to say, by the way, that if you're anti-degeneracy, Hooters should be the first thing that you're going after. It's literally a restaurant, a place where you can bring kids to, having women walking around now, not in booty shorts, but in basically like underwear. This isn't like porn. You can, it's online. You can only access it if you're 18 plus, hypothetically, legally, you know. It doesn't exist in the public commons. There are no buildings that you can walk into and bring your 6-year-old and just look at porn, okay? But he's about to defend this because he knows that his audience wants to go there. See, they're anti-degeneracy when the degeneracy they're talking about is trans people, but they're pro-degeneracy when it comes to enabling whatever bullshit their audience is into. It reminds me of Paul Joseph Watson, who alternates constantly between saying he's anti-degeneracy and also saying that, like, feminists are, like, anti-fun when they have a problem with women, like, getting naked in public or whatever, you know? He, like, oscillates between these constantly because they don't actually give a fuck about degeneracy. It's complete fucking lore.
Something like that. I think it's good to orient our public policy toward virtue and away from vice. But I think there's a pretty conservative argument for Hooters, okay? Yep. And it's a distinction that increasingly in our culture, the left especially, but even the right kind of fails to understand. And that is the difference between something that is suggestive and something that is obscene.
What do you bet this motherfucker has been on Twitter saying that people are being, like, trans people are being offensive for wearing far more clothing than you see on those Hooters outfits? Something tells me the difference between risque and obscene has everything to do with his preferences and nothing to do with a objective standard. And also, wow, he looks out of it in this screenshot.
On the grand scope of our culture, Hooters is actually pretty wholesome, okay? We live in a culture that is saturated in porn, so obviously there's hardcore porn all over the internet. We live in a culture...
How is that a culture saturated in porn? We don't even allow tits on TV, boobs, the things that we nurse from when we're like a year old or whatever. We're incredibly anti-sex in the commons. Just because there are websites online which exist like out in cyberspace that can be hosted in any country, have porn in them, that doesn't mean that society is saturated with porn.
Where you can barely turn on a TV show without seeing all sorts of crazy sex stuff and all crazy sorts of violence and really bizarre sorts of things.
Okay, violence you can see everywhere in media. That is true. But nudity and sex, not so much. I mean, you can make a much better case for sex on TV than violence, in my opinion. Like, this is very much an American thing, okay? Over in Europe, they're not quite as weird about this. Sex stuff to him is probably just gay people kissing on TV. Yeah, probably.
You can barely look at a billboard. I was in New York. I was on the subway in New York. Mm-hmm. They've got advertisements all over the subway car, and it was for one of the dating apps.
Oh my God! Wait, where does he live? Is he lying right now? there was a big online controversy about these. What was it? Was it Tinder? No, it was like Match or something. There was some dating company that had like very risque advertisements put up in the subway, and somehow I sincerely doubt that he saw them himself. Where does he live? Does he actually live in New York? Does he take the subway? Would Michael Knowles take the subway? I don't know. Doesn't he live in Nashville? Let me see. Oh my God, he's only 4 years older than me. That is wild. Holy shit. I don't know where he lives. Maybe he means one of his, like, poor staffers saw it? I don't know. Where does Michael Knowles live? Yeah, he moved to Nashville. Right? I don't know. It's just, yeah, okay, whatever.
And it's all sorts of people licking each other and in all sorts of crazy positions. And it's a guy and a girl and two dudes and two chicks and like a guy and a girl and a goat. And I don't know. It's all weird stuff, okay? And you think compared to that.
I don't think there was a goat there. Okay, I remember this, yeah. Fed up New York subway passenger tears down, quote, gross, end quote, dating app ads in viral video. I think I saw that too. What were these? Okay, it was OkCupid. I'm going to show these, right? Okay, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you guys. I also think these are disgusting and degenerate, but I defend their right to exist in a public space. So we have the monotongue. We have whatever the fuck this means. And then we have... This is 3 people, right? 4? Wait. 4 people. Because there's green pants there. Yeah. I don't know.
Hooters is fine, you know? It's not... Hooters is actually, in a way, kind of modest. The women are totally clothed, right? And they're not...
Wait, they were all totally clothed in those ads. What?
It's not a brothel. It's not a strip club. It's a chicken restaurant. Oh, it reminds me of the perennial debate, the controversy over Baby It's Cold Outside. You know, it's a baby, it's cold outside. Well, I really can't stay, baby, it's cold outside. And the libs listen to the lyrics, which are of a guy inviting this woman in to have a cup of cocoa or to have maybe something a little stronger than that. And the woman says, no, I really can't. No, I really shouldn't. He says, no, baby, come on. It's cold out there. You don't want to go back out there. No, I should go home. No, really, come on in, right? And the libs say, well, this is a song about rape. It's rapey. He's trying to rape her.
It's pretty rapey, yeah. It's pretty fucking rapey. The whole time is like she's trying to leave, and he's like, no, you can't leave. And then he's like pulling out every excuse in the book to try to keep her from leaving. Like everything that you could and he's like flirting, gosh, your lips look delicious. Her opening line is, I really can't stay. And then she said, okay, fine, just another drink then. And then the guy says, that took a lot of convincing. Like, oh yeah, where's that what's in this drink? Yeah, wait. Where's that what? Say what's in this drink. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's a little weird. A little creepy. I like how this guy's offended by, like, New York City subway ads, when you'll see worse things than a New York City subway just by sitting in them for 10 minutes, but he's defending bringing your 6-year-old kid to, Hooters so that a fat-assed waitress can bounce and jiggle her fucking cheeks right at their eye level. And then he can, then while listening to a song about, like, coercing a woman into staying. Like, it's so arbitrary, dude. They're so clearly pro-degeneracy whenever it's stuff conservative likes, and so anti-degeneracy whenever it's not.
Because the libs don't understand the difference between rape and coercion and seduction, right? The whole point.
That feel when you're seduced by Michael Knowles. Can you stay? Stay with me. No, I don't want to. No, please. I have more alcohol, please. No, I don't want to. You have to. You have no choice. Like, he's like furiously like dropping pills into the alcohol to dissolve it. Yeah.
Point of Baby It's Cold Outside is that the woman actually does want to stay. It's not that she's fleeing the man. It's like, no, get me out of here, call the cops, right? She is attracted to the man is attracted to her, and in the traditional way of doing things, until about 5 minutes ago, the man would pursue the woman, and the woman would be modest and resist in a way, and then acquiesce if she liked the guy, or not acquiesce if she didn't like the guy. All right, and now we pretend that
the woman literally lists the people who would miss her if she went missing. I simply must go. Baby, it's cold outside. The answer is no, but baby, it's cold outside. The welcome has been. How lucky you dropped in. So nice and warm. Look at the window at that storm. My sister will be suspicious. Gosh, your lips look delicious. My brother will be there at the door. Waves upon a tropical shore. My maiden aunt's mind is vicious. God, your lips delicious. Well, maybe just a cigarette more. Never such a blizzard before, and I don't even smoke. It's like, it's not rape. It's just rapey. That's it. The text of the song doesn't describe like rape. The text of the song just describes like weirdly pushy, coercive behavior. And back at the time when that song was written, that's not what they intended. But guys, people were pretty fucking rapey back then. They were pretty fucking rapey back then. Marital rape wasn't even illegal back then. You could just do that. You couldn't even be charged for it. They clearly did not have the best social standards when it came to like what is acceptable.
that men and women are exactly the same.
How are we talking about
and
this?
Men need to take 6 months of paternity leave or whatever to chest feed or something. I don't know. There's a lot of jargon now. But men and women
pro-family, anti-paternity leave, very consistent.
Actually are different. And Baby It's Cold Outside, even though it's a song about a guy wanting to sleep with a girl, a girl wanting, and not just have every. If you want to see more clips, if you want to see
nice. Anyway, yeah. Michael Knowles, I think, is like Dave Rubin tier, intelligence-wise. Yeah, it's so guys, just like, oh my god. Can you imagine if Hooters had girls who tended to have like colored hair and undercuts? Oh my god, they would be screaming. Can you imagine if there were photos taken? I can just imagine, like, if there was like a version of Hooters that was more associated with like lefties rather than divorced dads or whatever, or more the queer community, imagine the photos they would take. They would go there with their kids and there would be a photo of like a kid looking uncomfortable right next to a girl done up in like a goth outfit with like a bralette and then like lace over it and like short jean shorts or something and eye makeup. And if the conservatives got a hold of that photo, they would lose their fucking minds. Seriously. They would talk about suing the place. They would say that it's child abuse. They would say that people should, like, it would be morally acceptable for people to go there and, like, you know, like throw shit into the place or break the windows. They would firebomb the fucking goth Hooters. Yeah, they'd be calling CPS on the place all the time. They would be doxing people who have photos of them taken at the place with their kids. But because it's something associated with divorced dads and not with the left or queer-leaning communities, they don't mind it at all. And they will defend it. Even though they are ostensibly anti-degeneracy, they will defend it, you know? They have no morals, no consistency. Exactly the same group of people, by the way. Exactly the same. Who claim to be pro-family, but are mocking paternity leave. They all did this. Matt Walsh did this as well, and bitched about Shoe on Head for owning him on Twitter. These like pro-family guys, like, yeah, we're pro-family, unless it gets in the way of our businesses. Sorry, motherfuckers. When it gets in the way of our business, nope. You guys are gonna work here until you die. We don't give a fuck about your families. Pro-tradition. No, sorry, the only tradition I give a fuck about is fat stacks in my bank account. That's it. Goth Hooters open LFG. Guys, I'm just saying, man, if there were photos of kids taken at a place like this, the conservatives, like conservative legislators would be fucking trying to get the place shut down. All right. Isn't that Bombshells? Son of a bitch, that's Bombshells. That's I see the ammo belt right there. That's Bombshells. This is just kind of a goth-looking chick. Well, never mind. I guess this is still conservative coded. We need to look further. We need to look further. These outfits are much cuter in motion than they are in those photos. Yeah, if I could see her like saluting in front of a big American flag or something, I would not give a fuck about her. But because she looked like she was doing some goth Korean kawaii shit, shut the fuck up, Shu. All right, well, the search continues. Okay, cut the segment. Stop. Let it end. Racist math teacher win, Vosh? Racist? All I see is this brave woman decolonizing math.
Hawks. Is that right? What that is? Okay. SOH-CAH-TOA. 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 SOH-CAH-TOA.
You laugh, but this was actually a traditional dance of the Lakota tribe. And you're laughing. And you're laughing.
And eventually, I get to go home.
There's more, though. No, not that one.
Water goddess, again, I ask you, please tell me the secret Indian chant. Please. And then I hear. Because obviously this is ridiculous.
We'll just do the whole stream of us watching this together, guys. I don't care about you. I'll just watch this. She was put on leave for this? Why? Now we all remember SOH-CAH-TOA. Guys, when was the last time you thought about sine, cosine, and tangent, okay? When was the last time? That's right, you haven't. This is the most you've thought about it since high school, and now the whole world is united in their remembering SOH-CAH-TOA, okay? Now you all know. She's like, you know, the brightest candles burn out the fastest. She may have sacrificed her career doing this, but she did in a final breath remind the whole world. You underestimate the age of chat. Oh, fuck, right. You guys haven't even learned about SOH-CAH-TOA yet, have you? Oh, shit. All right, guys, it has to do with triangles or something. I don't know. I don't fucking remember the equations, okay? There's triangles. It's triangles. Okay, there we go. The unit circle? Shut the fuck up, nerd. Yeah, sine, cosine, and tangent. Yeah. Now you know. Fucking nerds. Fucking nerds. Imagine being the one native kid in that class. Yeah, how good it must feel to be represented, huh? I'd bring a tear to my eye if I was American Indigenous looking at my culture being represented. It's so fucking bad, dude. Apparently she's been doing this for a decade, you know? Apparently she's been doing this for a decade, and only now somebody has thought to record it, which really makes you wonder how much incredible shit happens in classrooms that nobody's recording, right? If she's been doing this for a decade, because 10 years ago, I'm pretty sure people had the ability to record this. So like what else are we missing out on, you know? Like, what other amazing shit are we missing out on? God, that's rad. God, that's so fucking good. Somebody wore your shirt on a news show? Dog, no way. Wait, do you have a link? What news show? My shirt? No shot. No shot. One of my teachers apparently said that the Trail of Tears wasn't that bad. Yeah, you didn't hear her finish. She finished that by saying, compared to the Holocaust. Now, don't you feel stupid? I'm sorry, dude. That video's got me riled up, okay? This chick got me acting funny. Okay? It's so fucking good. It's so fucking funny. God damn it. Oh, you don't want to do it again? I will. Anytime you guys misbehave, we're gonna SOH-CAH-TOA our way into the sunset. Yeah, does anyone have? Does anyone have a video of somebody going on show with my shirt? Wait, what is this? Fact. I've taken an 8-inch horse dildo completely in my ass. Vosh, refollow me. I am a horse cock connoisseur. A convincing argument, no doubt. You're putting effort in, and I respect it. However, I have to be morally consistent. You're right. Fine. There. I have to be morally consistent. She's got super cringe takes. Yeah, but I have to be morally consistent. No, stop, they're Italian. Rough out here. Anyway, before... $100 donation sound? Holy shit! We should do the SOH-CAH-TOA donation sound. Holy fuck, that'd be good. We need to add that to the list. I need to draw up a list of potential donation sounds that we can do. That would be so fucking good. Absolutely. Like 3 iterations of it, too. Absolutely. Ah, that's so good. Fuck. Absolutely. Thoughts on Alec Baldwin? You guys are asking me for my take, man. I don't know the details. Was it his fault or was it the armorer's fault? Who was at fault here? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Was it him or the armorer? The actor fired a gun being used as a prop on the set of Rust, killing the film's cinematographer and wounding its director. Jesus. Fired a gun being used as a prop. Few details have been shared, leaving it unclear what kind of gun was being used, what it was loaded with, and what exactly was happening when it was fired. How can a prop gun kill someone? How did it hit 2 people? Let me pee and then I'll answer. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I really wish you'd stop acting like the SOH-CAH-TOA thing is hilarious when it's extremely offensive. Doug, you can be offended if you want, but that shit is objectively hilarious, okay? And it's not funny because it's making fun of Native American people. It's funny because she's a fucking lunatic, okay? You have to learn to laugh at stuff like that, whether you're indigenous or not. Like, I don't think it's healthy. Like, anytime if a bigot humiliates themselves in their bigotry, what are you going to do? Like cry about it? Like, obviously, like, there are times when it's acceptable, I think, to point at that and go, like, okay. Honestly, I don't think she's a bigot, like maliciously. She seems to me like she's a little off her fucking rocker. And maybe it's just a snowball rolling down a hill. I don't know. I just gotta say that if I had some kind of some sort of deeply invested dislike for indigenous people, that would not be how I express it. That would not be how I do it, you know? But hey, maybe that's just, maybe, you know. Let me pee and then we'll talk about alcohol. Look, without knowing more, I feel like my opinion on this is that this is the armorer's fault. It's like it's always the responsibility of the armorer or the firearms director on set to make sure that everything being done with a gun at all times is being done safely. Guns are incredibly fucking dangerous. If that like slips, Bruce Lee's son was killed by a prop gun, right? Yeah. Okay, look, guys. So there are. Did you watch Hands Free? Always. The gun was loaded. Why? Wait, I don't know if we know that. Hold on. So look, guys. Guys. Here's the issue. Okay. First of all, blanks can still kill you. That happens. Okay. A blank in a gun is a bullet that you can insert that's meant to visually and auditorially mimic a real shot. But it's still gunpowder popping off in there, right? Now, it could have been. Now there's mixed info in this. Like, so wait, hold on. Is there evidence that it was a live round, or was there shrapnel in the barrel? Because if there's shrapnel in the barrel, then tiny flecks of metal can fly out at speeds very capable of killing you. It was a live round. I'm getting literally mixed info right now from chat. Look, I'll just say this, okay? If it was a blank, okay, hold on. Whether there was a blank or a live round in that gun should not have been loaded. If it was known that the gun was loaded and Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger anyway, because haha, it's a blank, then he should go to jail. Blanks can be deadly. If it was not known that the gun was loaded, if the armorer had given the impression the gun was unloaded, it was still incredibly irresponsible for Baldwin. Well, wait, hold on. No, wait, they were shooting, weren't they? It wasn't like a joke shot or whatever. They were he was literally supposed to point at the camera and fire it, right? They were filming, and he did the shot like the James Bond shot where you shoot at the camera, and then, yeah. Then he was doing what he was directed to, right? If there was live ammo in that gun, that's the armorer's fault. And if the gun wasn't properly cleaned of shrapnel, that's the armorer's fault. And if the blank was calibrated in such a way that it could have been deadly at the range that he fired it at, that's the armorer's fault. I struggle to find a situation here, a piece of info, where it's Alec Baldwin's fault, you know? I feel horrible for the guy. I mean, I feel very bad. The woman who was killed, the person was injured, of course, but like if Alec Baldwin was just through incompetence put in a position where he killed people, like holy, it's just so fucking tragic, you know? This seems to have the most info. Please give me, please. Okay, this was from 17 minutes ago and it's from Associated Press. This is probably the most legitimate piece of info that we're going to get. Okay. A spokesperson for Baldwin said a prop gun with blanks misfired. That might mean shrapnel in the barrel. A spokesperson said the detectives were investigating what type of projectile was discharged and how. No immediate charges were filed. It is not clear if Baldwin was performing at the time of the shooting. Wait, really? Or how many rounds were fired, and little was known about the weapon. Did we know nothing? We don't know if he was shooting. We don't know what type of bullet it was. We don't know anything. Someone on YouTube is saying union workers quit over unsafe gun handling, but they hired scabs to replace them. Yeah, apparently Lance from The Surfs put that out. Alec Baldwin Rust camera crew walked off the set in protest before the fatal shooting. Hours before he shot with a prop gun, a half dozen camera crew workers walked off. Well, wait, camera crew aren't the armorer. Where is the armorer? Anytime there's a gun on set, prop, whatever, there should be an armorer. After filming began, the crews were told they would be required to make the 50-mile drive from Albuquerque every day rather than stay overnight in Santa Fe. Jesus. The cinematographer who was killed, Halnia Hutchins, had been advocating for safer conditions for her team, said one crew member. Non-union crew members showed up to replace them. Where's the armorer? We need to know. There's got to be a fucking armorer in trouble for this shit somewhere. prop master, not armorer? It really depends, and the term is perfectly applicable in the case that we're talking about right now. That's how it happened, no gun person. If there was no gun person around, then whoever manages hiring should be in serious trouble right now. You cannot have guns on a set without people who the prop master serves the role of the armorer. Yes, so armorer, yeah. You cannot have guns on set without somebody trained, somebody managing them. Usually, as I understand it, the way it works is that if guns are being used on a set, armorers usually bring their own guns and are incredibly well trained in how to maintain and clean them. And usually, they oversee every handling of that gun. They are trained to be the utmost of safe at all times. You know, that's their job. That's their number one job, to prevent stuff like this from happening. The character switched back out of church. Production notes. Dispatch. The filming went underway for the Western Breast. Service one is. Production has been halted on the low-budget movie. Cool. In an email to members, Local 44, the union, said that a live single round. We can't try. The union does not know whether it was a live single round unless they pulled the bullet out of the fucking dirt that the bullet hit afterwards. They did not do an investigation. We don't know. We don't know the details yet. I know how prop guns work on... Well, at least relative to this. Prop master explains safety protocols behind prop guns following Baldwin prop gun shooting. A prop master explained how prop guns can be dangerous after actor Alec Baldwin fired one in the set of a movie, killing one film crew member and injuring another. Prop master, who works in movie sets, handles weapons in the military and was with the New York Police Department. In the film business, we take extreme precaution. We do a safety brief with the cast and crew. We introduce the weapon to the cast and crew. We let them examine it. We'll explain safety precautions that go with each type of propped weapon. They were asked, what can come out of a blank gun? If a prop gun is supposed to only have blanks, how is it that something could come out? A projectile? The prop master replied, anytime you're dealing with the gunpowder load, which is what a prop weapon fires in blanks, you're going to have gas, you're going to have heat, you're going to have air coming out of it. Even if there's no actual physical projectile mounted in the front of that weapon, there are still projectiles that do come out. That can cause physical injury within 25 to 50 feet, depending on the load. Yeah, it's super fucked. We don't have enough info yet. We need investigation. We need an investigation. I would be very surprised if Alec Baldwin is, like, morally culpable for what has taken place, though. None of the evidence points to that at the moment. We'll have to see. You have to be careful with that shit. Blanks are incredibly fucking dangerous. Did someone get shot? Someone died, and another person was injured. Blanks are incredibly fucking dangerous. I don't think a lot of people understand how dangerous guns... Well, I guess you do, like, culturally, you understand how dangerous guns are. If I would bring, like, I would have a gun on for a visual demonstration, but I really, really, really don't want Twitch to interpret what I'm doing as brandishing a firearm, you know? Like, it's the explosion... it's not actually an explosion, it's something else. There's another term for it. But the explosion that takes place when you fire a bullet... even if there's no bullet to go with it, the explosion is unbelievably dangerous. It is unimaginably dangerous. Why don't they film with a bulletproof glass shield in those cases? Clearly, there were a number of... No, combustion isn't the term. There are a number... Well, I guess combustion would be what I'm talking about, but that's not the term that I was talking about. Sounds like you have personal experience. Firing guns? Yeah, not getting, like, hurt with guns. Video of a blank versus a juice box.
The gas jet pierced it and blew it open, spraying us with juice.
No.
And my colleague realized he was going to be sticky for the rest of the day.
Sag. Oh, whoops. I don't think a lot of people understand, like, it's not just the bullet that comes out. It's like... would I get in trouble if I should have fucking got... Okay, hold on one second. Look. This shit is incredibly fucking dangerous, okay? No, don't get in trouble. We're not going to get in trouble. Nobody's being brandished, okay? A firearm. A revolver. See? Look at that. Nice and solid, okay? Now look, if I hold it just right, You can see light coming right there. See that? Peering through the gun? Do you see? Okay. When you fire revolvers, you make sure that your thumb never comes up in front of that line, because gas from the bullet being fired will shunt out from that side. And there are horrible stories of people's thumbs being like blown off by that, you know? Like, yeah, you blah. And there's still enough energy left over for the bullet to go out the front. For more traditional semi-automatic pistols, like the one this guy's using here, gas gets ejected from the chamber that dispels the live round. We see your thumb. Haven't made that mistake yet. One of these days. It's not necessarily going to, like, explode your fucking thumb or whatever, but, like, it's definitely enough that even... The point that I'm trying to make is that for a bullet, even when most of the energy is being spent on propelling the bullet forward, there's still enough energy just coming out the side of a tiny little 0.5 millimeter slot in between the cylinder and the frame of the gun to potentially kill a person under the wrong circumstances. Now, if there's shrapnel in that barrel, you can potentially have like a lethal problem. Now, the odds of that happening, of like a blank discharging shrapnel in a lethal manner, are not tremendously high, but they are a real risk. And even if you don't have shrapnel, a blank on its own can absolutely kill a person. Absolutely can kill a person. Incredibly dangerous. Why don't you watch that whole video? All good info on the subject. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Can we see the thumb side when handling the weapon? You mean when I'm holding it? Let me face this way. See, if you're holding it like this, see, trigger safety, people. Normally your thumb can't come far enough to be on that side, you know? But there are people, they don't shoot for long, but there are people who will hold it like this, okay? You see? Now that's what we call don't do that. That's what we call a don't do that. That's what we call it, a don't do that move, you know? Does anyone remember? Hold on. Let me put this back. Anyway, does anyone remember there was a video that went viral a little bit ago, and it was of a guy shooting himself in the palm. So revolvers have a second hand on the base of the grip. It depends on the revolver. But yeah, basically, just, yeah. Hold on, wait, we have videos. Oh yeah, here we go. I've seen this video. Yeah, exactly, here we go. How not to shoot a revolver. My man, Hickok, 45. No TOS here, don't worry. This guy is more of a gun expert than I would ever be. He could give me 100 lifetimes, and I would never, ever, 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 ever know as much. It's not violent. I've seen the video.
And then we'll see what happens to that paper.
Dissolves. Look.
That's funny. I should have known it would do that.
It's not a hole punched in it. It just evaporates. Look at that. Yeah, but I'm stronger than paper. That is true. Reduced to atoms. Fingers versus cylinder gap destruction. Oh, well, that's a pencil shoved into a hot dog, sure. And that is also a very large gun. That's a hunting revolver right there. Jesus Christ! Look at that.
Hey guys, Jerry Mitchellike here. We're going to talk about the prop.
Yeah, gotta be. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that these things are incredibly fucking dangerous. Okay, that's the point I'm laboriously trying to arrive at. That's not even a large gap. No, it doesn't need to be. Even a tenth, a 20th of the energy discharged by firing a bullet is sufficient to do that. You know, I wonder what is the caliber of this gun. Caliper? I never say it. No, calipers are the things that you use, doctors. Caliber. The caliber. Yeah, the caliber. Is this a 44? Isn't that a 50? Well, if it was, that explains how this thing exploded, you know? Yeah. Yeah, calipers are for measuring. Calibers are for... Yeah, okay, yeah. Gotta be careful. Gun safety, very important. Extremely important. That's a 500 S&W. Is this a 500 S&W? That would be a fucking hunting gun, wouldn't it? Okay, yeah. Guys, a 500 S&W bullet is like it's a big bullet. That's if that is. That's if it is, you know, it's a big bullet, you know. So you got to be careful with that. I wonder how much you could get away with a 22 LR. Wait, actually. 22 LR revolver cylinder gap. I wonder, like, that's like the smallest bullet you're going to use. It's still probably enough to hurt you pretty badly, even a 22 LR bullet. 500 S&W hurts to shoot. Yeah, well, that's why you only use it against bears. I don't have any 500. I don't have any fucking 500 S&W firing guns, and I don't think I ever will, probably. Anyway, I just, if any of you guys ever, like, use guns, please just be respectful of them. I know that sounds, like, dumb and fairly obvious, but... Is this a 500 versus a 22 LR? I think this is. Yeah, there we go. The respective bullet sizes between the largest and the smallest pistol bullets that you're going to, you're probably ever going to fire if you go to a range. Big difference in the amount of explosive material between these two. Very large difference. Yes, mogged. Very true. Anyway, just, yeah, please practice good firearm safety, okay? Even if you don't give a fuck about firearms, and even if you think every time I talk about firearms it's cringe or whatever, just please keep in mind that if you ever go to a range, you need to be respectful of that shit. I can't show the video because it will legitimately get me banned on Twitch. However, there was a video that I saw once of a guy who, he had a trigger-activated laser on his gun. So when he put a little bit of weight on the trigger, the laser pointer would activate, you know? Which is a thing you can get, you know, and it's classic. But anyway, apparently the pointer wasn't looking, and this troglodyte decided that maybe he couldn't see the laser pointer, so he put the fucking hand into his gun and pulled the trigger. And he shot a hole in his hand. There's a video of him doing that, somewhere out there. I can't show it or nothing, but he just looks at it kind of bewildered for a second. Now that is legitimately like a 62 IQ move right there. Why? Yeah, he could have done anything. He could have done anything other than that. That was of the list of things. The only thing worse than what he did was of testing it on his head. Or like his chest or something, like, you know, like that's the only possible thing he ever could have done that would have been a worse decision than that. He somehow looked at all the billions of things he could have done right there, narrowed the possibilities, and chose the path that was very close to being optimally bad. Yes, always practice gun safety. You can tell there are a lot of LARPer conservatives who don't, like, actually use guns that much, or at the very least they shouldn't be using guns, because they'll be like, yeah, you know, here's my AR-15, I go to the range, fuck Obama. And then they've got, like, practice no trigger discipline. They have their fingers in the fucking thing, you know, they have parts of their body or their hand, like, near either the muzzle, the fucking cylinder gap, or, like, near the muzzle, or they're like pointing it kind of awkwardly off into the distance, or some horrible shit like that. Yeah. Was he the gun owner? Whether you're the gun owner or not, please do not point guns at your hands. Don't do it. Don't do it when the gun's loaded. Don't do it when the gun's unloaded. Just don't do it. That's the easiest. Just don't do it. It's the easiest way you can solve that problem, you know? Dude, I get nervous cleaning my revolver. Do you know how safe revolvers are? You can check the cylinder. There's no one in the chamber for a revolver. You open up the cylinder, there are 6 holes. If there are no bullets in any of the 6 holes, that means that there are no bullets. There are no other places for bullets to be. But even with that knowledge, I'm still nervous when I clean the cylinder or the barrel and the cylinder of the revolver. It's just a level of caution. You know? Will the cases still be there? But no, not unless you shot recently. You still got cases in your cylinder, then you should just, you know, bap them out. Give them a little slap. Give them a little toot, you know? Knock those fuckers out. Yeah, give them a bap. Yeah, of course, Wix26. I'm gonna ask you something? Oh, wait, what did I miss? Let me see. Is this a gun safety segment? I can talk about it for a little bit more. Wait, fuck, what did Vermin say? Are you going to 3 p.m.? Like, probably a little after, like 3:30, probably. There you go. Okay, about 3:30. Yeah, there we go. Gotcha. Yeah. Bosch in chat. Yeah. Fuck, should I just talk about that? God, Twitch makes me so nervous, dude. But I actually want to. Hold on. Just a second. Okay, look. If you're ever interested in getting into shooting, it's a fun hobby, all right? Just don't treat it as anything more than a hobby. If you treat it as a part of your like lifestyle or some shit, you turn to cringe, okay? But a hobby is fun. Do this as an offline segment. It'll be totally fine. Don't worry, okay? Totally fine, okay? So anyway, thought he was banned on Twitch for a while. God, how many guns does this guy have? I have 6 guns. Thank you. 4 of which were from my grandfather, and 1 of which is decorative, and I probably will not be firing because it's got a lot of gold on it, and it's, you know, it's just too shiny to fire. I don't want to blacken it off with gunpowder. To be honest, you just want to show off your guns and gun knowledge. I don't know that much. All I know are the basics, okay? Seriously, I'm not a huge gun expert. And honestly, my accuracy is not that impressive, okay? There are a lot of, like, really slick tricks that people engage in that I'm just not that familiar with, okay? But, you know. Anyway, the thing that you have to keep in mind, okay? What are the 4 fucking rules of gun safety? Can we get number 1? Chat, do you know? Have I covered the video that called me a white supremacist? Yeah, we talked about that. Wait, are the 4 rules of gun safety actually in an order? Are they in an order, or is it just 4 of them that just kind of get grouped together? They are in order? I think I've seen them in different orders. Look, okay? Very, very simple, okay? I say looking it up just to make sure that I don't fuck it up and get made fun of. Don't point the gun in a safe direction, okay? That means you're pointing it up or you're pointing it down, usually. Because when you're pointing it around, that's where people are, okay? Also, all guns are always loaded, even the guns that aren't loaded, okay? This gun is not loaded, but it's always loaded. It's not loaded, but it's always loaded. Not up. Sorry, by up, I mean when you have it, like in the rifle. Isn't that treated as one of the safe ways to hold it? Like a rifle? Okay, never up. I'm getting mixed info. Let's just say no. Always down. You could kill a bird. Pointing up is now more controversial. Is that true? I got this stuff from my grandpa, but he was in the Navy back in like the 60s, so maybe it was different back then. Down, okay? We've learned after many experiments, okay? We've learned there are no earth elementals, all right? We've learned there are none. We used to think you couldn't point your gun down because the bullets would anger them, but now we know that's not the case, okay? All right, very good. Anyway, the guns are always loaded. Be careful of that. Whenever you point it, make sure of what is in front of and behind the target that you're pointing at. And also, for the love of God, please, bullets come down because of gravity. I know that, thank you. Always, for the love of God, okay? Please, for fuck's sake, never, ever, 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 ever have your fucking finger in the trigger guard unless you're about to shoot at something, ever. There's no reason to. There's just no point. There's no reason. I know it's comfy, but don't do it, okay? It's a temptation that you don't need to buy into, okay? Please do not do that, all right? Anyway, if you're ever going to go to the range, is that a Ruger SR 1911? No, it's a Kimber. But it is a 1911, yes. Anyway, Bosch used my military training. I was born for this moment. Get your own stream. Anyway, the thing that you need to remember first and foremost, okay, is please resist the pea-brained impulse, if you're ever firing at a range, to ever, for any reason, point your gun in an unsafe direction, okay? Lord knows I've had those moments. Maybe a bullet jams, and that happens, by the way. Maybe a bullet jams, or Maybe you fired off X many shots and you think there should be one more, but it's not coming out, but you know there's a bullet in there, or maybe there's some other thing, or there's so many temptations. Okay, now what you're actually being, what you're experiencing right there, is the gun devil. Okay, not the one in Chainsaw Man, a different gun devil, more of a gun imp, really. And what they're doing is they're sitting on your shoulder invisibly, and they're whispering to you. And what they're saying is, you could do whatever it is you're trying to do right now so much more easily if you would just turn your gun away from the target. Huh? Then you could look at it from the side. You could take a look at the bullet that might be trapped in the chamber. Huh? No. You must deny the gun imp their their destructive wishes. Okay? You deny them that. All right? Never, ever, ever. If you're at the range and some bullet's jammed or whatever, you have your gun, you set it down or you hold it, but it's always pointed forward, directly forward. You don't point it to the left or the right. If you need to, you turn your head. Do not turn the gun away from the target. Okay? Very, very important. Very, very, very important. Do not do that. One of the reasons I also like 1911s is because they have so many outdated safety features. They're like fucking 40 of the things, you know? Yeah, barrel should always be downrange for sure. But I think is it still okay to spin the gun around on your finger after a good shot at the range? Well, yeah, let's be reasonable here, okay? If you can't do the finger spinny after a revolver shot that hits like bullseye, then I mean, obviously, no. That's the gun imp. The gun imp whispers to you. They say, remember when Clint Eastwood did it? And you do remember. But you cannot be beguiled by their by their nefarious. Vosh, what if it's empty? A logical impossibility. Guns are never empty. You see? You've forgotten the rule. Guns actually can't be empty. The only time a gun is ever empty is when it is fully disassembled. And I mean springs out. Not magazine out. I mean grips, springs, barrel, slide, everything. And then you set it all nice and orderly on a table. And only in that moment, only then, is it empty. But the moment you put one spring back in, the bullets go back in there. That's the gun imp. Very tricky. Very tricky. Yes. I used to do cool spinny tricks with my 1894 lever action, lol, fun times. I almost always check the chamber, though. Thank you for almost always checking the chamber. What if it's factory sealed? You are allowed to do spinny tricks with guns when they're still in the box you order them in. So if it's in the box, you can do this with the box. That, I think, is okay. But even then, don't do it too hard. You can spin the box a little bit. If what you really want to do is you can have two guns. One is in the box, one is not in the box. You fire the gun, you get a bullseye, and then you pick up the boxed gun and you do a little spin with that, you see. Yeah. That's an effective way of satiating the gun imp's nefarious calls. Be careful. Anyway, does the always loaded rule apply to Nerf? Doesn't it? Doesn't it? Have you ever checked a Nerf gun to see whether it's loaded or not, but still flinched when it was put to your forehead? Yes, it does, doesn't it? Yes, it does. That's right. Universal rule, baby. Even more universal than you might think. What if I want to look cool? There are plenty of ways to do that while being safe. Anyway, I think a lot of gun safety also has to do with proper storage, you know? If you've got mental health issues or if you feel like you're kind of an impulsive person when it comes to your personal safety, you can probably leave your guns at a friend's house, like someone who you think would just like keep them in a box somewhere. And if you want to go to the range, you can just, you know, go bother them and bring the guns then or something like that. And you, of course, want, you know, a proper gun safe and all that fun stuff. Or don't ever keep ammo. Yeah, so you'd have to buy ammo at the store or something like that. Yeah. Or alternatively, you can have a safe that requires two like keys being turned at the same time. You know, like them nuclear, you know what I mean? Like you've got a big safe that's like 20 feet wide and there are like 2 keys and glass boxes that have to be turned at the same time. You know, like in the movies. Yeah, like in Among Us. Exactly. And if you're around someone who's not following the gun rules, you leave. Goddamn right. If somebody is not following the gun rules, you fucking leave. Do you have to buy ammo if guns are always loaded? Guns are always loaded, but only when they're pointed at you. When they're pointed downrange, unfortunately, they need expensive ammunition to fire. The invisible infinite bullets that guns carry only operate when pointed at you or a loved one. Yeah, that fucking gun imp, seriously. They're like anti-love bullets. They only hit you. Do you have a range story of an idiot at the range? No, I haven't seen anything. Anything extraordinarily dumb at the range. Though at one point I did have a gun jam in a gun that I was testing that was actually jammed beyond my ability to fix it, you know. Usually when a gun jams, not as in like the casing gets caught halfway in and out of the ejection, but when like it's in there, but like it's like slanted a little off so it won't go down the barrel, but it also won't come all the way out. I think you haven't mentioned the 4th rule. Yeah, I did. Don't have your finger in the trigger guard. Failure to defeat. It was something like that. I couldn't even like pull back the slide all the way. It was super fucked. Anyway, it was actually jammed beyond my ability to fix it. I was trying as hard as I could, but the slide would not move a fucking millimeter. I had to get the range guy to do it because he was way bigger than me. He was this huge fucking guy with thick arms the size of my leg, and he just unjammed it super easy. But I didn't freak out. You set the gun down and you call someone with big arms over. Seriously, though, I have no idea what the fuck that... I assume it was a double feed, but I have no idea what the fuck that problem was with the gun. I have never encountered a... Yeah. What model gun was it? It was a type of 1911 pistol with 45 ACP ammo that has a 2011 variant. The kinds of 1911s that have thicker grips so that they can double stack 45 ACP ammo. But it was a fine gun. It's just something, yeah. Anyway, we're getting a little bit distracted right now. Are you going to talk with SOCdem? Yeah, that's in like 20 minutes. We got so distracted right now. Holy shit. Double stack 1911 is so fun. Yeah, they're just hard to get. Anyway, just make sure to be safe, okay? New info on the rush shooting? Well, drop it then. Drop the info. A little bit more Adam Calhoun content, but we're about to talk with SOCdem. We gotta... Not my link board something? What? What? You never said all 4 rules? Yes, I did. What? Keep gun pointed down. All guns are loaded all the time. Be aware of the target and what is in front of and behind it. And keep your figure outside of the trigger guard. Those are the 4 big rules. It's very important. I mean, if you want, you can look for other rules. Like, here, this is from my state. This is the 12 golden rules for safe gun handling. Here's from a Washington law firm. Let's see if we can learn any new shit. Always treat the gun as loaded. Keep it pointed in a safe direction. Off the fucking trigger guard, thank you. Keep it unloaded until you are ready to use it. Never point the gun at anything you don't intend to destroy. Be sure of your target and what is beyond it. Learn the mechanical and handling characteristics of the gun you are using. Always use proper ammunition. Be sure the barrel is clear of obstructions before loading and shooting. If your gun fails to fire when the trigger is pulled, hold your shooting position for several seconds. Then, with the muzzle pointed in a safe direction, carefully unload the gun. Don't rely on a gun's safety to keep it from firing. Be aware of your surroundings. Yeah, okay. So it feels like, yeah. A safety is a mechanical vice that can and will fail. Never trust the safety to stop a bullet. Yeah, nothing can stop a bullet, you idiot. Have you seen what safeties look like? They're like little metal pins. You think that can stop a bullet? You idiot. You fool. You buffoon. You moron. You maroon. Yeah, here we go. Relevant. Let me put this fucking gun back. I wanted to like demonstrate something, but I'm so terrified to pull the slide back because like that's like the stereotypical brandishing a gun in a menacing way thing to do, right? Like you have the gun and you... Yeah.
Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone.
This is proper gun safety. This is actually the good.
Shots.
That is the 13th rule of gun safety right there. That's the 13th one. Hold on.
And cannot chamber a real cartridge, so they are perfectly. Guns are reproductions of real firearms that do not shoot any type of bullet out of them and cannot chamber a real cartridge, so they are perfectly safe. Or maybe not. Welcome back to Backyard Ballistics. Today we have another gun accident related topic, injuries caused by blank guns. It may sound strange that a gun that doesn't expel any kind of bullet can still...
What are the most fun types of guns to shoot? In my opinion, the most fun types of guns are always pistols. I find the way in which you hold rifles to just not be that fun. I find holding pistols very fun. That's just my opinion.
Do damage, sometimes very serious, and soon you will discover that the same type of threat arises when using real revolvers. So let's explore the functioning of a blank gun in order to get an...
Can you explain why gun spin never caused the gun to go off? Because when you're actually doing gun spins, part of the training on how to do that is to avoid pulling the trigger. The way that you actually do it is by always making sure that the weight of the gun, the weight of the twirling gun, the pressure of it is being placed right at the very top of the trigger, where like the torque prevents it from actually pulling it back. That's the appropriate way to spin a gun around in your finger. It's incredibly dangerous to actually do when the gun is loaded, but if you get very good at it, you can do it without pulling the trigger. If you're bad at it and you attempt to do it, you can very easily misjudge, have the gun snap forward, you pull the trigger, and you blow your foot off.
Adequate understanding of what's happening.
Don't
Here
try
is a
it.
semi-automatic blank pistol, replicating the shape of a Beretta 92. The most substantial difference with a real gun is that it is specifically designed to avoid the possibility that the user may find a way of shooting...
Can't do that with 1911s then, Vosh, because the triggers aren't like levers? Well, nobody really spins anything but revolvers, right? I could be wrong. I don't think I've ever seen anyone like try to do a trick where they spin a semi-automatic pistol, you know? It's always revolvers. It's a fucking cowboy thing.
Any kind of harmful projectile out of it. This is generally done with these three expedients. First, the barrel is partially or totally obstructed. In this case, the obstruction is a die-cast zinc for black interaction of the case of the cast smoke. So
True.
Powder specifically formulated, the gas has to go through to exit the case and the gun. In fact, even the plastic plug constriction is enough to get high pressure, as you can hear from this shot in which I loaded one of the blank cartridges in a real Glock 19, that of course had no barrel obstructions of any sort. Obviously the gun didn't cycle. Out of the cartridge I showed you, about 2 grains of flake powder came out, and it doesn't surprise that at ambient pressure it burned faster than the fastest burning pistol powder I have.
Yeah, that's not an explosion, it's some other kind of thing. It's an explosion, the expanding gases have to break the sound barrier. This is something else. It's a deflagration. Thank you.
Smokeless powder producers actually call this type of propellant blank powder, as it is specifically formulated for fast burning even with very little confinement. Aside from loading blank cartridges, this type of powder is used for loading very low weight loads, most notably less lethal shotgun loads, which I will cover in a following video. Going back to our gun, the functioning is pretty straightforward. When the primer of the cartridge is struck, the powder is ignited, the pressure rises, and the gas exits from the slots cutting the plastic plug of the cartridge and goes in the barrel obstruction insert, from where it is vented out of the gun through a vent hole. If the hole is coaxial with the barrel, the gun is called front firing, while in our case, with the gas being blown upwards, we call it top firing. Meanwhile, the high pressure gas pushes on the slide that moves backwards as in a straight blowback action, cycling the next round. The relatively high number of blank gun related accidents are due to the fact that in our everyday life we think of gases and fluids in general as being unable to do damage to solids and in general the FMJs. Back to our study, fluids have no mechanical strength, but they have mass, so when hitting a target, a contact pressure will be generated, which increases with the square of the velocity. If the impact velocity is high enough, the contact pressure will exceed the target's strength and damage it. Our blank gun can do just this. The very fast stream of gas it shoots out of the vent holes can generate contact pressures high enough to damage many soft materials, including of course the human body. So shooting the blank gun with any part of the body in close proximity to it can result in injuries that, in case of little distance between the vent holes and the body parts, can be very serious. Of course, styrofoam is not the strongest material, but it clearly shows the path and shape of the vented jet. To show the effects against something a little more resistant, I got this expired juice brick and tested it.
And then we got the juice box. Be safe, my friends. Are Tom Scott videos copy ID'd? We have a conversation in like 15 minutes. Hold on. I mean, technically it is perfectly safe, right? If you have a high, completely bulletproof wall, which you have right here, there should be no way for a person to fire at an angle that could hit any of the cars. Because ricochets don't happen. I don't know what angle of a ricochet you would get that could hurt those cars. Any angle at which you're hitting those targets would be too dead center to have a likely ricochet. I mean, I don't know. It's forced to deflect it, though. Yeah, but targets you shoot at a range are built in such a way as to discourage deflection. If you shoot at most indoor ranges, there's usually like something behind. Like for instance, gravel is a pretty common one, or dirt. Like, if you shoot into the dirt, you're not really going to get a ricochet. I'm sure they would have had other... I'm sure there's a reason why they chose this direction, right? If the bullet would start to curve down at that point, it'd be too slow to be dangerous, right? No, if the bullets curving down are moving about as... Not about... Like, they're still moving lethally fast, but none of these rifles have drop-offs that can, like, hit the cars. Like, these bullets are still going to be moving pretty much directly straight by the time they reach there. Digital target marker? What the fuck, dude? Where do I sign up? My ranges don't have fucking digital target markers. Jesus Christ. I can barely see where I'm hitting at 10 yards with a fucking indoor range, dude. Having a fucking... Oh, God. How else are you supposed to see where you hit? Binoculars. That's what people do at a lot of long-distance outdoor ranges that don't have... This is fucked up. How are Europeans doing gun ownership better than Americans? This is fucking disgusting. We have one thing up on you guys. One thing. And you're outdoing us on this. For range, like, you can just point the gun up. If you want to, like, kill people, the range is, like, not a great place to do it. You're surrounded by other armed people. It's, like, the worst possible place. Yeah.
Permits and then deciding to throw all that away to take a pot shot at a car just once.
Won't they all be focused on the targets, though? No, there are always supervisors. If anyone stood up while holding that rifle, they would either be tackled or have a shot fired in the back of their head within a second, easily. Depending on what they do, like 100%. Yeah, you'd be fucked. There's no way. In fact, you would probably be tackled before you even had a chance to line up a shot in any of the cars moving. Meanwhile, in Croatia, pushing a naval mine off a mountain. This isn't going to get me banned, is it? Really? This is our strat?
Ovo je moguće prvi jedinstveni slučaj da se ona koristi to na visini od 1746 metara. A kakva je to mina? To se zove morska mina ili protubrodska mina.
Recite, to je već iskušao.
Pa, nemoj par metara poroditi sa ove velike kote. Pustimo doni u Google I sve boga.
Wait, Vosh, murders do happen at the range, though? American Sniper? Well, yeah, but, like, how long did that shooting spree last, right? Eddie Ray Ruth killed the ex-Marine Corps dudes. Oh, were they at an outdoor range? I think they were at an outdoor range. Yeah, because he killed the two people and then went to his sister's house. If you ever did a shooting in an indoor range, at least at the indoor ranges that I had been to, even if somehow you managed to survive more than like 6 seconds, like every employee on that place would like the one door out of the range would be a fucking firing line for all of them. You know, they have cameras on in there. Like if they saw that shit happen, they would all be lined up, you know? Yeah, most gun deaths don't happen at ranges. Outdoor ranges are just a field.
Lezi gori! Lezi! Gledaj što iđu. Lezi gori! Lezi vamo! Lezi!
Thank you. Thank you for your service, boys. Yeah, here's the necessary, like, John Wick, wanted bullet curve angle. The real meme would be being at that Swiss range and firing up and artillery curving the bullets to the cars. You know what I mean? That's the real act of terror. You know, you just pulled up fire, like, at the right angle, and then wait, like, 2 minutes. I don't know how long it takes for a bullet to come back to the ground. How long for a bullet to return to ground? Between 20 and 90 seconds. Hey, wait. If you fired a bullet directly up, wouldn't that mean the fastest it could be going on its trip back down would be terminal velocity? If you're wearing like a thick enough hat, wouldn't you be fine? How can terminal velocity bullets? You could still be injured? Sure. Terminal velocity, like a little, like half an ounce of metal is still enough to potentially kill a person if you thunk them hard enough. But if you're wearing a nice thick hat, dude, that is like the most amazing K-Kona, yeehaw, southern, Al-Qaeda sport in the universe, dude. They're firing off shots in the air and trying to catch them on like a big armored 10-gallon hat. How sick would that be? Hell yeah, brother. You're like running around. You have to keep your arms at your side like this, and you're like skipping around and shit trying to catch them right there on the chrome dome. Oh, that's good. That'd be sick as shit though. That sounds Texas fun. Yeah, that's good. It's America right there. Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily reach terminal velocity either because spin and drag and stuff, but yeah. Wind exists though? Sure, but lateral wind wouldn't mean that its vertical velocity would be any faster, right? I don't think wind blows down for the most part. I'm sure there are some places where it does, but the terminal velocity of a bullet's like 200 miles per hour? No, it can't be. Terminal velocity is the same for everything, isn't it? No, the theoretical No, wait, no, fuck, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of acceleration, not I'm thinking of acceleration. The acceleration is hypothetically the same in a vacuum, but things are different based on... What if you had, if you had, like some kind of weighted needle? How fast could that go? The terminal velocity of a human being is about 120 miles an hour. What about a bullet? A bullet's terminal velocity required to penetrate the skin is between 45 and 60 meters per second, and bullets traveling faster than 60 meters per second can penetrate the skull. And bullets can reach terminal velocity at 300 feet per second. Oh, wait, never mind, guys. Guys, never mind. Terminal velocity of a bullet would be enough to penetrate the skull. Okay, a very armored hat. Nope, hold on. A very armored hat, okay? We just need better hats. The concept is solid. We just need better hats, okay? A helmet. We need like a upturned helmet with like a Kevlar padding and like a gyroscopic stabilizer. Goddamn right we do. Absolutely. A big old bucket hat. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Mythbusters did this so good. Well, Mythbusters will be content ID'd. Oh, fuck, it's 2. Oh, shit, we have to learn about how social democracies are perfect or whatever. Hold on. Let me close this. Let me close this. All right, hold on 1 second. Who is this person? We'll let them take it away. What's up? A little after. I responded. Oh, yeah, like maybe 3:30? Yeah, it's pasta. It's pasta. There's no meat. No meat? Just pasta. No, there's bacon and pasta. All right. Pasta. For Colin.
Hey, what's up, bud? Let me fix my... Okay, I should be able to hear you now.
I hope so, and make the conversation a lot easier. Howdy.
You know, that's fair. I do think hearing your opponent is probably a smoother way to have a conversation.
Yeah,
how's
for
your
sure.
day?
My day is going good. Can you hear me just fine? Discord has been shitting out at me lately. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, fine, good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. All right, you said, I think you said socialism will never prevail, and also that I'm dumb on Twitter. Care to explain?
Yes,
oh,
those
also
are
give
my
your pronouns
exact
and name.
words.
Give your pronouns and name to chat before they get mad at me.
Yes. I also called you a socialist lib cuck at the same time. Somehow you can be both of those things.
It's been known.
No, so, you know, it's fair. I am a cowboy, he, him pronouns. In terms of an introduction, you know, what I do after I finished graduate school, mostly economics and finance focused, did poli-sci undergrad as well. Decided that had a hell of a lot of free time after finishing school, so figured I'd get into making sort of educational videos, video essays on YouTube. I also do debates and stuff. So if you've ever had any sort of questions like, you know, what should the corporate tax be? What's the stock market? What's quantitative easing? You know, my YouTube videos on the Econoboy channel would probably be helpful enough. And I do a lot of capitalism versus socialism videos and debates as well.
And I take it your position is that the corporate tax rate should be 100%?
Look, you know, that's probably too extreme. I would say 90% maybe. Give 10% to the corporations, but you know, 100% is a little extreme for my taste.
All right, I'll forgive your liberalism for now. We'll see how it pans out. Okay,
right.
So I got in hot water, and I'm using that almost with a sort of mocking sarcasm when I say that, for saying that social democracies are still imperialist and still rely on economic inequality in order to produce their outcomes. Some people didn't like that, so I called them all libs and banned them. What do you take? Do you have anything you'd like to say before I call you a lib and ban you?
Well, you know, what I would say is that please don't ban me because you know I'm one of the good ones. But what I would say in regard to Nordic countries and you know, sort of the bastions of social democracy that are held up by social democrats is that it is true to a certain extent their economies rely on you could say unequal exchange, labor exploitation, and in the third world. But the reality is that this percentage is relatively small, and so the prospect of reforming those supply chains and those systems under a capitalist framework is actually fairly feasible in today's context.
All right. There are a couple of angles we can take this from. I guess the first question that I would like answered is, why would they reform that?
Well, I mean, it's similar to like, why would someone buy an electric car today, right? I mean, people's priorities change over time. There's actually recently, The Economist released a video. They do maybe, I don't want to say weekly, maybe every other week they do videos, and this video was called like Too Woke or Too Broke or something like that, and they talked about the changing investment mindset, the idea that corporations are becoming increasingly pressured to be more socially conscious, and so there's sort of a ground up ability for that to happen and trickle into governments and corporations as well. But overall, though, I think that would be my answer, that people are becoming more societally conscious as the world becomes more globalized and the information age takes on maturity, and so people are going to want to see those reforms. I mean, for instance, even in I want to say there are countries that are looking at proposal, and maybe a few countries have already banned things like slave labor from supply chains, or taking goods from Xinjiang region, things like that. So I think the prospect of what I'm talking about isn't totally unfeasible. At least I would say it's more feasible than a global socialist revolution.
Right. Well, I don't think a global socialist revolution is coming around the turn necessarily tomorrow. I'm only saying that as a capitalist economic system, social democracies are still going to rely fundamentally on many of the inequalities that we've propagated, to supply our business interests. So, like, with regards to Norway's imports, I just take Norway. There are like a dozen countries we could use, but Norway is the one that I've been looking at a little more than others.
For sure.
Right. Now, I understand they get a lot of their stuff domestically, and their economy is sourced more ethically than the United States is, for sure. But it still seems like, I mean, if you were to cut out all trade, all imports from the third world or the developing world, I mean, Norway, like any other Western country, would be in dead water. And it seems like the only way to extricate yourself from that would be to economically cripple yourself by refusing to trade at all with like a significant portion of the exports produced in the world, you know?
So the narrative from what you're saying makes, narratively it makes sense. It's logical, but the issue is that it's not really necessarily bore out in the numbers. So, for instance, there was a really good, and it's quite an extreme paper in terms of the hypothetical that they sort of, take on in the paper. A couple economists, one from MIT, one from Berkeley. What they tried to answer was, take the U.S. as an example. What if the U.S. just stopped trading? Just every single good and service that people might want, they would have to get it domestically, or they couldn't have it. What effect would this have if the U.S. basically embargoed the rest of the world in terms of importing goods? And that's including the global North countries, global South countries, rich and poor countries, mineral wealth, mineral rich, service rich countries. Well, what they found was that between 2 and 8% of GDP would be lost if the U.S. totally and completely shut down its borders. Now, if you consider that the whole entire world, about, I did a video on this, about
2 and
5%
of the American GDP.
Yes, just America as an example. But to speak a little bit more broadly, about 5% rounding up of the economy in the world, of the global North, I should say, not the world, is based on imports from the global South, about 5%. And so even in the extreme, well, because we have trade data, right? There's data on how much imports are from what countries and where they're going to, and obviously we have a classification for global South and North, and so you can calculate it with fair ease. Obviously, your season stuff, but it's all out there.
But
really quick, what I was going to say,
it's worth by its cost, though. Because, like, the argument that I would make then is that it's undercosted in those areas. That's the reason why we put all the trouble into engaging in neo-imperialism. You have these foreign countries where we do rely on this stuff they bring in, And also, just because it's a small portion of our GDP doesn't mean it's unimportant, you know? Maybe 2% of our GDP goes towards lumbering, but you can't cut that out. The economy would die without that. It's not like 2% off the top, right? It's 2% out from a critical industry. It's like the difference between saying that you're removing like the roof tiling from a house, or you're removing like a load bearing pillar. Like, how much of a percentage of our GDP goes into like rare earth mineral stuff like lithium, right? But if we didn't have any of that, even if it counted for just 1/10 of 1% of our total GDP, we would be fucked, right? So it clearly relies on more than just that.
Not necessarily. So we to a certain extent, we would be fucked if we didn't have lithium. That's true, but most every good has some sort of applicable substitute. So you're talking about like lithium batteries for whatever use you might have. Obviously, you can use nickel, you can use cobalt, things like that.
Not
now
for modern
that's
batteries.
just
you need lithium, right? That's the modern battery we use.
No, that's true, and I don't want to get bogged down in an incredibly specific example, but it's just a matter of like what they took into account for their analysis is the substitutability of trade. So the idea would be that, and this is why they give a range, so 2 to 8%. Now, if goods are incredibly substitutable, right? If the U.S. produced the goods that we get abroad, but domestically, given the amounts that we have domestically, how substitutable are these? If they're incredibly substitutable, gains from trade are actually very low. If they're not very substitutable, gains from trade are very, very high. Because if we can just substitute things out, well, we don't need to trade. If we absolutely cannot substitute things out, we absolutely need to trade. Now, the point that I was going to make is that it is true that arguably it's a naive and sort of shallow analysis to just look at trade accounting to answer this question, how reliant is the global north on the global south? But I think that you can also look at the actual specific question. You can look at unequal exchange, right? Which is how much lower are, sort of the importers, basically. You could say the importers, but how much lower are the people in global south nations being paid relative to their production, relative to the production of workers in the global north? The difference is unequal exchange. And even that specific number, obviously it's even less because it's specific. It's only 3 or 4% of GDP. That's in the video when you start arguing with your chat about people citing the 3%. That's what they're talking about. They're talking about actually the specific amount that is transferred in wealth in terms of they have this much productivity, but they're paid less for it, for some structure, some other reason or another. It's only about 3-4% of GDP, which last thing I would say,
3 to 4,
sure, go on.
3 to 4% of our GDP is accounted for by the relative gains that we achieve by relying on the lower pay that we can get in those developing countries.
That's exactly right.
Isn't that like 1 trillion USD though? I mean, you say like 3% of our GDP, like it's a tiny hit that we could weather, but you're basically describing like the hit that we took from COVID. That on its own, just that, like the wage differential, would be enough to single-handedly like bring about a recession, if not like worse,
No, you're absolutely right. That was the second thing I was going to say when you jumped in, which was that it's absolutely the case. If you look at global north GDP over time, what you'll find is that we lost about anywhere from 3 to 4% of GDP as a result of the COVID downturn, a little under 3% of GDP as a result of the previous recession, 2008, 2009. So the idea of overnight getting rid of literally all unequal exchange is it would cause a recession, but the idea that you espouse and that a lot of socialists espouse, which is that it is unsustainably the case that nations in the global north could never reform out of this. It's just not true. Even if they did it tomorrow, flick your hands and all unequal exchange is gone and there's worker parity across the world, you'd get a bad recession, but we'd make it out of it. We've had worse recessions before, but also that's not what anyone's advocating for. The reality is what most people would advocate for is change over time, over 10, 20, 30-year period, similar to any sort of reformist, and that would of course depress any sort of absolutely destructive effects of getting rid of unequal exchange.
The issue that I have with this is twofold. First of all, I don't think it's theoretically impossible to do without it. I just don't think capitalist countries will do it. capitalist countries have a long-standing history of engaging in some pretty nefarious behavior if it maintains the interests of their business consult. I mean, it seems like if I were to defer to history, you know, like we're talking about countries that the CIA has literally overturned democratically elected leaders. I mean, we've invaded countries in large part because it, you know, benefits our business interests, because it makes us wealthy, because it transfers wealth from their country to ours. We'll install leaders who are okay with the economic changes we enforce on their nation. The World Bank and the IMF serve as the neocolonial arms of regime change, where we say they can get the money they need to build up a country, but only if they neoliberalize in ways that make them good targets for us. So it's not about like, is it impossible to do this? It's about whether or not it's gonna happen with the incentives that we have right now, you know. But I also want to add to that as well. I'm not convinced by this whole like which percentage of the GDP accounting narrative thing, right? So most of the GDP here in America doesn't come from manufacturing or imports. It comes from the service economy. That's like 2/3 of our economy right there. So you say that like if we cut out all goods from China, which is about $500 billion a year, you know, if we didn't import anything from them, and that's just China, that it would only account for like 3% of our GDP. Okay, but those are goods we're bringing in. Maybe it accounts for 3% of our total GDP, but how much of it does it account for the GDP related to the actual consumption and use of physical things that we bring in from the rest of the world? If 2/3 of our GDP is trapped in the service industry, which is dependent upon the stuff that we import from other countries, that change is magnified significantly. You know, it's like saying, you know, it's like saying that if you stop eating like citrus foods, you know, it only decreases the total like vitamins in your body by like 0.5%. But you need those to not get scurvy. It doesn't take it all off across the board. It takes it off in vital ways that have a disproportionate effect on the economic outcome.
Sure. So I guess to respond sort of point by point. So obviously, I think if you claim to be speaking more hyperbolically previously, I do accept the olive branch of that. It's not theoretically impossible. What I would say is that in terms of capitalist countries won't do it, you know, they won't reform. I would say that this is not necessarily, and I know it's a shocking thing for a lot of people, is that this is also not necessarily bore out in the numbers. Obviously, people might reference, you know, the fact that social spending as a percentage of GDP across the Western and sort of global North world has only increased, and it's only increased relatively precipitously over time. The economies of the world are spending more and more on welfare and on things that would increase equality, decrease inequality. And obviously, if we're talking about Nordic countries, that's times 100, basically. In regard to sort of the historical analysis of the CIA and the IMF, I disagree in part with, you know, the CIA has sort of led particularly to the stifling of good socialist government across the world. I would take a more national security view. I mean, for instance, if the U.S. was so incredibly, you know, diametrically opposed to communism that they kill every communist movement around, why did we give military and aid in general to the Yugoslavian government under Tito in 1951? Well, it's because it was a national security interest.
Well,
you know,
right, because he was able to push a wedge against the USSR by doing so. But I'm not...
Absolutely.
There's no national security interest. What you're talking about right now, our national security interest is our business interests. Those are one and the same. Economically being starved out is functionally the same as losing political power. We've enforced regime change in tons of countries across the world, from the Middle East to Southeast Asia to Latin America to Central America. Yep. Like, these weren't done because these guys are like gonna bomb our country or whatever. We did it because we wanted leaders in there that were willing to trade with us instead of with the USSR. We're clearly willing to kill to make sure that our businessmen can get the contracts they need.
No, and I would never take the view that this has never happened, right? I in fact totally agree with the idea that business interests, sort of economic interests more broadly, is of a national security importance, you know, to some extent or another, right? My only point was that the focus is more a national security interest and not some sort of fervent hatred for communism abroad. You know, for instance,
I never said
again,
it was
if,
about fervent hatred for communism. I just think it's about securing business interests.
Well, national security interests. I get what you're saying. We might be speaking past each other. I was also going to reference the socialist Rajavan government as well as a government that the U.S. gets helps out a decent amount.
I don't think they have an ideological opposition to like the building of socialism. I think they have an ideological opposition to things that don't make their companies money. Usually the two overlap, but if they don't, then
Well, I think yes and no. Obviously, I'm not a historian, so I'm not able to provide an incredibly in-depth analysis. But again, I do think over time it's proven that generally countries have become more amicable to redistribution and social spending. And I do think, especially in a present-day context, I don't know if there's a lot of justification for like the CIA is and the IMF and the World Bank are still currently serving as quote neo-colonial arms of regime change. But the second point you brought up, sure, go on. No, I don't think so. I mean, like when you to be fair, maybe there is a modern day example of the CIA like totally getting rid of socialist governments today. I'm not sure, but the point is that a lot of those instances again are more focused on national security, not necessarily like there's no reason that a socialist country doesn't sort of participate in the markets. I mean, even the Soviet Union did that as well. It's just a matter of national security interests. But the IMF and the World Bank are, they're
literally
banks,
examples of the CIA getting involved because socialist governments were nationalizing industries, which meant that there were they could no longer like make money off it.
Yeah, I'm talking about like that. No, I agree. There's examples of that. People people speak about like the Iran government in the 1950s that got overthrown, sort of allegedly or supposedly. I'll give it to you about the nationalizing of the oil industry. I get all that.
Allegedly,
right?
It's happened a lot. I mean, like the regime change.
No, I know.
I'm just saying it's not about like ideological opposition to communism. It's just like this definitely has happened a lot, And the IMF and the World Banks, these aren't like lefty criticisms. This has happened like. The criticism section for the IMF is pretty specific in detailing that like many countries and organizations think that they're essentially like loan sharks and strongmen whose job it is to incentivize the economic developments that pull money away from welfare programs and away from nationalization and towards like pro-Western business interest stuff,
Well, it depends, right? So again, I'm not going to disagree with some of that historical analysis that yes, the CIA and the U.S. government more broadly, or the global North even more broadly, have engaged in nefarious practices that have stifled ostensibly communist countries. Obviously, you can argue about Vietnam and Soviet, whether they're communist or not, whatever. I mean, you get what I'm saying. When it comes to the IMF and the World Bank, there's both liberal and socialist and right-wing, frankly, criticisms of those institutions. What they are fundamentally are banks. They're banks charged with getting interest back on the loans that they give. You only need a loan from the IMF or the World Bank. The World Bank less so because they do more development aid, but you only need a loan from the IMF if your country is in relatively dire financial straits. And so the idea of the IMF instituting conditional financing so that they can get their money back on their loans, again, I don't think it's necessarily a communism or capitalism thing. Capitalist countries have been strapped with IMF debt that they've been unsustainably able to repay. So I think that the IMF
part of the preconditions.
Well, I was going to say that the last sentence was that the IMF and the World Bank's modus operandi is more sort of ideologically neutral than anything.
Again, I'm not saying they're going after socialists. I'm just saying that they're doing whatever they can to make sure that these countries are amicable to Western business interests. They'll do that to capitalist countries too if they need to. They would do it to us if they needed to. But there's a precondition for
when you say loans. Amicable to Western business interests, what do you mean by that? Because when I think of like
about the
getting someone to repay a loan, I mean
bribe, right? Well, they offer financial assistance on the condition that you liberalize your economy, which means that you open it up to the kinds of systems that allows the West to take advantage of them.
You'd have to give some specifics. In my experience researching the IMF, not the World Bank again, because they do more development aid, and I don't know if anybody's really against development aid, but the IMF specifically, a lot of the aid that they extend to nations is more based on, hey, I'm in almost every country in the world is a member of the IMF. Hey, I'm X nation. I am financially in an incredible dire spot, and the IMF might come in, lend them a bunch of money to refinance their debt. And again, because they're a bank, they want to get their money back. And so part of that might be getting rid of like wasteful bureaucratic spending, or balancing the fiscal state, none of which are necessarily good things in when you're dealing with a recession. But again, if you're taking a loan from the IMF, I mean, you need to pay it back. It creates moral hazard if you don't.
I'm not talking about paying back the loan. I'm talking about the conditions. This is in the section conditionality of loans. IMF conditionality is a set of policies or conditions the IMF requires in exchange for financial resources. The IMF does require collateral from countries for loans, but also requires the government seek assistance to correct its macroeconomic imbalances in the form of policy reform. If the conditions are not met, the funds are withheld. The concept of conditionality was introduced in a 1952 executive board decision, coincidentally right after the Cold War began, and later incorporated into the Articles of Agreement. Stuff like cutting expenditures and raising revenues, also known as austerity, focusing economic output on direct export and resource extraction. That's interesting. See, the way most wealthy countries today are wealthy is that they focused on more advanced education and technological development. But they're encouraging these countries to focus on raw resource extraction, which makes them very easy targets for Western industries and markets to buy up the stuff that they sell for cheap. The devaluation of currencies, trade liberalization, increasing stability of investment, balancing budgets, removing price controls and state subsidies, privatization or divestiture of all or part of state-owned industries, enhancing the rights of foreign investors, improving governance and fighting corruption. Now, some of these are good, like balancing budgets. I mean, fine, but this is very clearly about making these countries like useful to the West with regards to trade relations.
Right, and I think the issue with reading that off is that it presumes that those are actual requirements in every instance of lending. It just depends on the country, right? So for instance, if you're like Chile, for instance, and Chile, this is not the case currently, but say that you're Chile, right, and you're in dire financial straits. Obviously, the IMF is going to recommend that you expand your production of copper because that's a natural resource that you have. And of course, it would make sense if you need money to pay off debt that you would expand your capacity to mine copper, right?
Do you think it's like obviously a coincidence that all of these things are beneficial to like the West when it comes to trading with them? Like what about the four tigers of Asia, like Singapore and stuff? A lot of those countries became very wealthy, not by focusing on mining a bunch of oil and selling it off to the West, but actually by engaging in a fuck ton of nationalist like local like pricing control and a lot of what is it called? When you're when you like prioritize local industry,
like protectionism.
Yeah, protectionism. Yeah, these countries that actually managed to claw their way out of poverty engaged in protectionism, built up their own industries, and rejoined the world economies when they had something unique to offer. We know that strategy works, but the IMF is advocating for the opposite: liberalization, deinvestiture, denationalization, focus on just mining more gold, more lithium, more oil. That might be good for stabilizing the budget immediately, but this is so very clearly like just a way of making these countries profitable for Western business investment. Why else would enhancing the rights of foreign investors be one of the things they focus on?
Well, because one of the ways that you can build wealth in your country is to encourage foreign investment, right? So for instance, if we look at the example of Botswana, which a lot of people sort of hold up as an example of African development, it's one of the most developed countries in Africa. What the leaders of Botswana did after the current party in power actually first took power, which I think was in like the 1950s or something like that, what they did was engage in a lot of foreign investment and public-private partnerships to develop their natural resources and retain a large part of that wealth. And as a response to that private investment and good governance and sort of anti-corruption policies of the early governments, Botswana is the most, arguably the most developed country in Africa. I mean, you mentioned the four Asian tigers. A significant part of all of those countries' economies is looking outward trade. Now, if you want to have an argument about the domestic sort of production capacity and protectionism, if you're more in favor of protectionism or something like that, that's not an unreasonable argument to be had. It's not like totally unreasonable. It's just that when the IMF recommends policy changes, they're not recommending it with the idea of we want to prop up the global neo-colonial business interest. It's we're a bank lending money, and these are the conditions by which your country, at least historically is the case, are able to build wealth depending on the country, and will be able thusly to pay back your debt and finance yourself more sustainably.
But no, I'm sorry. either dishonest or delusional. The IMF and the World Bank are clearly economically partisan organizations. They have been widely criticized for not actually engaging in the kind of policy prescriptions that make countries better. In fact, the universality of their conditions is one of the things they often get criticized for. They don't take into consideration what's good for that country. Instead, they just apply a blanket set of pro-Western business interests. I'm not opposed to trade, but Botswana is an interesting case for you to cite because their economy is all diamonds. What do you think is going to happen when the world demand for diamonds falls off? That country is going to burn. Botswana's entire economy is dependent on making sure that global diamond trade and demand is high. The United States is not. South Korea is not. Countries with strong, robust economies don't rely on the export of a single rare material. We saw this happen in Venezuela. Whenever you focus your economy on the export of a single commodity, if prices crash, that's it. All your people starve. Botswana hasn't built itself a strong economy. It's just riding a bubble for as long as it has diamonds, and diamonds sell well. But that's not the same thing. Like, 10 years from now, you realize Botswana might end up being the next Venezuela, right? Like, the next thing people look at and go, oh, well, they should have diversified.
Well, no, not necessarily. So the answer is theoretically yes. I'm certainly not being dishonest when talking to you, and I'm not defending the IMF necessarily. I think I have my own criticisms for the IMF as well. In the video that I made about the IMF, one of the final points that I made was that indeed you can hate the IMF and not like what they do. It's just that you should do it for the right reasons, right? Conditional financing is bad, not because it stifles socialist government abroad, but because when socialist governments get in financial trouble and they go into a recession, they don't necessarily need to cut spending further. Everyone agrees that austerity is bad, but IMF is not concerned with, well, if I can finish, the IMF isn't necessarily concerned with how do I put it? Getting these countries out of recession. They're concerned with the countries being able to sustainably finance themselves and getting their money back on their loans. They're a bank.
They care about making these countries ripe for liberal investment. That's why all of their conditions are amicable to that. Otherwise, they would not focus on some of the stuff that they focus on here. I mean, it's so clearly, like, we get long-term adjustment policies usually includes, we talked about privatization and divestiture, you know, and making things easier for foreign governments, reducing government expenditure and government employment. In what world is reducing government expenditure on developing infrastructure not damaging to these countries? Every successful country in the world today spends a lot of government money on building out infrastructure, on securing basic provisions for existence, but they encourage you not do that because they don't care if these people have an educated population. They care if they have a population that's well fed enough to work in the oil rigs or the diamond mines that they can then sell off to Western businesses. Botswana is wealthy because De Beers and those other diamond companies in the West buy up the products that they sell. This is a favorable enterprise to us and an unfavorable one to them because we're denying them the ability to develop a truly autonomous economic situation. Like, we're just relying on raw resource extraction.
Yeah, I don't think so. The goal of any economy, especially smaller nations that might not have as much sort of diversified resource wealth, isn't necessarily to be autonomous, right? Because again, you said you're in favor of trade. Of course, you'd understand that trade requires specialization to a certain extent, and with specialization and sort of engaging in international trade, you can build wealth that way. That's what Botswana has done. For instance, when you could look at Norway as another example where they've really leaned in to their oil wealth, right? Now, what they've done is taken a lot of that wealth and put it in a social wealth fund, diversify that wealth fund, and then put that money right back into the economy in the form of many different investments.
If diamond prices go down, Botswana crashes. If oil prices go down, which they have, Norway has a diversified economy that can survive because Norway is in the imperial core where we apply economic policies that make sure we survive, that prioritize our growth and our development, whereas Botswana is in the imperial periphery, which exists only insofar as it is useful to our businesses, and we couldn't give a damn about them otherwise. This is exactly the same thing that China's doing, but they're better at it. The Belt and Road Initiative at least involves a degree of infrastructural investment. That means these countries aren't going to crash the next time oil or diamond or lithium prices fluctuate based on the next recession. We have to be like, this is an incredibly inequitable exchange. Earlier in this convo, you talked about how the US could like shrug off no longer trading with China, which I disagree with, but at least we do have a diversified economy.
Well,
they don't
didn't say
have
that to be fair.
Okay, but they don't have that luxury. These other countries, now South Korea does, Singapore does. They could do that because they have diversified economies, but Botswana could not. They rely on us completely and totally, which means that we can do anything we want to them because they have no recourse.
Again, well, to be fair, again, I don't think Botswana is absolutely singularly a diamond economy. Of course, they're diversified to a certain extent.
It's 62% of their exports is diamonds, and the majority of their GDP comes from the wealth they gain from exports. A lot of other stuff that they sell, like up to 80% in total alongside the diamonds, is stuff like nickel. It's other earth minerals and metals they mine up.
Yeah, no, I certainly wouldn't take the position that diamonds are not a significant part of the Botswanan economy. It's only the idea that the argument that you're making is more or less, how do I put it? Like, essentially, the argument that you seem to be making is that Botswana's economy is bad, and though they have built a lot of wealth from their diamond mines, it is not necessarily the most sustainable because at some point, maybe diamonds become worthless, and all of a sudden, a third of their economy just gets wiped off the map because they've not diversified. Now, to a certain extent, that's true, but that's why I bring up the idea of like Norway, where they have taken advantage of their resource wealth, very much so, and they've diversified it, arguably in a more responsible way than what Botswana has done, right? Now, we can make sort of these arguments about, Botswana's economy is not as diversified, Norway's economy, maybe the social wealth fund's good or bad, whatever. The whole point that I'm trying to get at is that the IMF, flaws and all, good or bad, whatever, is not necessarily an institution that's based sort of singularly on stifling good socialist governments abroad. For instance, Ecuador took it. Well, what I was going to say, hold on. What I was going to say was that Ecuador recently took a financing agreement with the IMF, and it's not like Ecuador had to get rid of their national oil company, right? So there's a lot of examples and nuance in all of this analysis that I think we miss.
I'm not saying that they always do all of their preconditions, but they're always trying to make these countries more amicable to Western business investment. And I have never said it's about taking down socialist countries. I'm only saying that they're trying to make these countries easier to invest in. They'll do that to feudal countries if they need to.
You did say that the IMF was an arm of neo-colonial regime change. Which
yes, that is objectively the case. But they'll do that to anyone who's not favorable to Western business interests. No, this is what, like, how can I trust your opinion on whether or not Norway or other social democracies engage in neocolonialism when you're not willing to admit that the IMF and the World Bank do exactly that? Like, it'd be like me trying to talk to somebody about like sexual assault, and then they're like, dude, it's not like rapey if she's drunk. Like your way of perceiving your way of perceiving like the fault that I'm trying to look at here is totally different from mine. Like, I think like we have very different preconceptions when it comes to stuff like this, right?
Well, sure, but it's important to recognize those preconceptions, and I'm recognizing without a doubt that the IMF is not perfect. There's a lot of criticisms for the IMF to be had. Arguably, it shouldn't exist as an institution, and that they've done arguably more bad than good, some good, maybe not more than bad. So I'm making all those concessions in my analysis. I'm really what I'm arguing against is the idea that the IMF is focused on regime change, incredible neocolonialism, when really the way that I view it is the IMF is a bank similar to how, like you mentioned, the Belt and Road Initiative for China. Something that they're concerned with, of course, is their lending arrangements that include being paid back. This is why they get in all that trouble with, you hear about the Sri Lankan case with the Chinese lending because Sri Lanka wasn't able to pay back Chinese loans. And that's why China gets a lot of the same criticism the IMF does, because right now, China is trying to get money from Sri Lanka, even though it's a heavily indebted nation. I mean, that's the main point. It's a good faith argument. I'm not trying to be dishonest.
No, I know. It's just, can I read this blurb from the Wikipedia? From the 1950s outward, the United States doled out loans to third world nations, now referred to as least developed countries. The US encouraged neoclassical and free market economics in LDCs for two reasons. One, countering the spread of socialist ideology during the Cold War, and two, as a means of accumulating wealth by means of foreign direct investment as well as interest on the loans. The immediate and stated and clear goals from the beginning of this organization with regards to the structural adjustment policies we've talked about were explicitly about maintaining ideological hegemony and by accumulating wealth. Nothing here, their stated goals were not helping the third world. When the fuck have we ever cared about helping the third world? When the fuck, when has the West ever given a single shit about the development of those countries? We spit on them. We only care about their development insofar as it's beneficial to our economy. In particular, Western companies sought to gain access to raw commodities, especially minerals and agricultural products.
Where are you reading from?
Wikipedia. History, Wiki structural adjustment, hashtag criticisms. This is under the IMF article.
Okay, gotcha. Go on.
Yeah. In particular, Western companies sought to gain access to raw commodities, especially minerals and agricultural products, often in exchange for capital or large-scale infrastructural projects. After the run on the dollar of the 1980s, the United States adjusted its monetary policy and instituted other measures so it could begin competing aggressively for capital on a global scale. This was successful, as it can be seen from the current account of the country's balance of payments. Enormous capital flows to the United States had the corollary of dramatically depleting the availability of capital to poor and middling countries. Giovanni Arrighi has observed this scarcity of capital, which was heralded by the Mexican default of 1982. Quote, created a propitious environment for the counter-revolution of developmental thought and practice that the neoliberal Washington Consensus began advocating at about the same time. Taking advantage of the financial straits of many low and middle income countries, the agencies of the consensus foisted them measures of structural adjustment that did nothing to improve their position in the global hierarchy of wealth, but greatly facilitated the redirection of capital flows towards sustaining the revival of U.S. wealth and power. So, like, I don't think I'm giving like a crazy lefty take here or anything. Like, this is this is what the org does. We don't care about the developing world. We care about them only insofar as we invest in them.
Right. Well, sure. I guess, again, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree to a certain extent. I don't think that there have certainly been a lot of development programs that the U.S. and the global North broadly have contributed to in terms of trying to build out, either the resource wealth or just the institutions of other nations.
Why would we help them you can for call their sake?
Well, I mean,
why do we care?
What do you mean? Well, it's sort of like saying why do we have welfare programs, right? I mean, to a certain extent, we do want to provide aid
to keep our population from revolting. Why would we help them? We even did the Marshall Plan just to keep communist ideology from spreading in Europe. Like, everything we do has a price tag attached to it. Why would we do something for other countries just like to help them out?
Well, I mean, again, you can ultimately reduce every single thing down to like sort of an amoral type egoist sort of, we always do everything ultimately to help ourselves. I mean, maybe that's right. I'm not really sure, but the point is that that's true for every other country too. I mean, when you talk about China, the reason they engaged in the Belt and Road Initiative in the first place was because they wanted to develop export markets for themselves so that they can diversify away from the global North broadly, because they don't. Right, because they don't want to be reliant.
And they're also a capitalist country that, invests in the third world so they could steal money from them. Yeah.
Well, right, but I guess it gets confusing when you said that China just does it better than us. I guess.
Oh, sorry, they're more effective than us because they aren't limited by the democratic process. They're much more aggressive in their investment, whereas any investment the U.S. did, it has to be done through subsidiaries like the IMF or World Bank, because U.S. citizens would never consent to having money spent on investments in developing countries because we hate them. If Americans were smart and self-interested, we would be okay with a few percentage points of our GDP more going to developing nations because we could invest in them and fuck their economies to our benefit. But Americans are so stupid and so despicably hateful towards the rest of the world that they can't even understand the basic principles of neocolonialism. We would rather have our money spent on the military than towards the actual mechanisms that actually lead to the control of the world. China is not a democracy, so their leaders are free to use their money to invest in other countries and exploit them in the ways that we can only do through the IMF and World Bank.
Well, sure. I think, again, to be fair, I think one of the things that actually I think happened under the Trump administration was a International Infrastructure Development Bank, which was U.S. controlled, not just the IMF and the World Bank. Obviously, you could have the same criticisms for those institutions, I think overall, we again, we're going to have to agree to disagree on the IMF necessarily. I think my final point on the IMF would just be that I view the IMF more as a bank rather than a force of regime change. I think that a lot of the negatives of the IMF are better explained by that mindset than your mindset. And I think the criticism is more palpable with my mindset than yours. But would you mind if I move on? That was actually your first point. There's a second point
we
you
got
made
kind of on a tangent there. Yeah, we can move
You're
on
good.
because I don't have too much time. We got kind of. We'll be more productive in the next one. Yeah, hit me up.
Sure, no worries. So you said your second point was you're not convinced by GDP accounting in general, and it seemed that you gave the example of if you stop taking vitamin A, that's only like 5% of your vitamin intake, but you really need vitamin A in your body, right? Or you'll die without it, or something bad will happen. Not a doctor. And you use that as an example of like, well, how much of our GDP is based on rare earth elements, and if we stopped getting those or lithium, the economy would be structurally, very, very unsound because we need those. So, and you also mentioned that the U.S. economy is mostly services, and services require physical goods, which are very necessary. So, some things to say on these points, and I think the point I'm going to make is applicable to all your points. So, it is true, obviously, that you need sort of these primary inputs for a lot of the production of the economy. You need iron for steel, you need steel for building, and you need buildings to house all those white collar workers or whatever for the services they provide. That's all true. But I think that number one, you're assuming again that what I'm advocating for, or what the sort of world I see, is a more sort of autarky style world where people are more closed off. Really what I'm advocating for is the opposite, to become even more open and globalized. And what I would say is that unequal exchange, which is just the idea that workers in the global south would be raised to a living standard at least equitable to their productive capacity, wouldn't necessarily shut off trade. It wouldn't mean that we wouldn't have access to those resources. But what I would say, so I think the first point that I made was, it was literally the first point I made in this debate, was the idea that investors across time have become a lot more sort of socially conscious. It's called ESG investing. I'm sure you're aware, environmental, social, and government style investing. And just the idea would be that across time, it seems that shareholders and investors are becoming more and more socially conscious and more aware of the impacts that they have that trickle out outside the realm of just their corporate doors and their profit margins.
How are they changing?
Well, so for instance, the phenomenon of ESG investing has become a big thing. For instance, Chase just released a guideline for their portfolio of lending, which showed that they actually have actual renewable energy mandates in their portfolio that, well, not renewable, but like carbon sequestration or carbon reduction mandates in their portfolio, which is to say that Chase said, if you don't reduce your carbon footprint by this amount in a weighted average sense of who we lend to, we will not lend to you anymore. You'll have a great restriction in how much we lend to you. That's Chase Bank.
Is it
right?
a meaningful restriction?
I want to say, so they delineate their emissions into quote scope 1, 2, and 3. I think scope 3 is like methane, scope 1 is like carbon. I don't know what scope 2 is. And the cuts are essentially, the goal would be net zero 2050, which is kind of what the what the climate industry has, not climate industry, it sounds conspiratorial, but that's essentially what scientists have said is sort of the deadline to become net zero. And so you see a lot of banks and a lot of corporations taking on net zero pledges, even though it's probably more profitable not to do it.
Well, I've been seeing,
yeah, sure.
I've been seeing companies take net zero pledges for a long time now, and I've been seeing very few net zero companies. It seems to me like this is just another way for companies and investors to, spritz up, to sort of hand wave, what would you call, whitewash the harm they do, Like when GM had that green logo. I mean, I want to know, like, is this pledge even legally binding, or is this just some big virtue signal they're trying to throw out there to lessen the extent of Washington regulations on climate change? Because they were hoping to convince Washington and voters that conscientious companies are doing enough. I mean, because like that's always how it's been, right? Every time companies actually have to take a profit hit in order to make the world a better place, they have to be regulated into doing it. They never voluntarily do it. They lie about voluntarily doing it, or they'll try to trick the public. Clean coal, you remember that? I mean, Christ, we've seen this for decades. It's good marketing, but it doesn't change anything. I would need to see real actionable change being done here. How long of a deadline do we have? Like, how long before I see Chase actually stop loaning out to a company because they're not meeting those goals? I bet you I never will.
Sure. So I've got the pledge right here. In terms of the oil and gas, they'd have to reduce emissions by 35% by 2030, for instance. So I think it's a fairly sizable reduction in carbon emissions, at least in the next 9 years.
Am I supposed to suck them off for the next 9 years because they said they do?
No.
I've said, look, I fucked girls with virginity
Vosh, I'm not
pledges.
saying...
All right, I'm just saying. People are shiftless. You know, it's
yes. We've all heard of and or seen the promise ring laid on the nightstand, metaphorically, we could say. So what I was going to say is that, of course, it's the case that you said, are these like legally binding? Of course, Chase doesn't. It's a corporation, obviously, so there's no like law or anything like that. It's just a commitment to say that if you don't reduce your emissions by this date, we will stop lending to you, which I think is a fairly reasonable mandate. Of course, you asked the question, or you posed maybe the thought that well, we don't see a lot of carbon neutral companies today. Well, again, these are pledges in the future to align with what the scientific consensus is on climate change and warming. So of course, if the goal is in 2050.
There are things they could do right now to lower their emissions if they wanted to take a cut to their profits. Why is it always in the future? If they really cared, wouldn't they do it like right now rather than deferring it to some point in the future?
Again, companies are taking those pledges. I talked about the boom of ESG investing.
What about the actual the changes, though?
Well, when I say taking those pledges, what I should have said is enacting those pledges to a certain extent. I talk about the boom of ESG investing that's coming online right now, and so companies are currently making strides right now to try and reduce their emissions and try and enact that, which is just to say that it is an example of companies, not organically, to be fair. People want this, investors want this, to be more green despite it potentially hitting their profit margins. And I've already, again, at the first part of this conversation, I mentioned examples of countries that have taken steps to limit their supply chain, including things like slave labor or child labor, despite the fact that it might hurt businesses. So if we're moving to a more sort of if we're moving to a more sort of practical argument, I think that practically it would be possible, and it's been seen, and it's currently being seen right now.
Can you name like a major company that's taken a hit, that whose shareholders have taken a hit because with no regulation pressuring them to, they've cut back on their carbon emissions?
So you're asking, if I understand the question, you are asking, name a company that is currently net zero or has significantly reduced their sort of contribution to human suffering.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like they have really like cut back on this, or like any other big socially conscientious thing that led to like a significant hit to their worth as a company, you know? Because if they're doing it only in ways that don't hurt the net worth of their company, I don't care about that. If their investors can look at the numbers and find out that it's not a hurt to them to make these changes, that's great and all, but that doesn't solve the problem, because it will be a hurt to these companies to stop relying on unequal exploitation of the developing world, guaranteed. So I need to see they're willing to take that hit, you know?
Sure. So it's a question that I'm not sure is possible to ask or to answer. So and the reason I would say that is because obviously if investors want them to do these things and they do these things, well, there's no necessary reason why stock values would take a big hit, because that's what shareholders are asking for. They're going to keep their stock, right? Now,
their profit would be lower.
Well, sure, but I'm saying that if nobody sells their stock, even if profits go lower, you don't end up with lower stock value, because obviously stock value is just based on supply and demand of stock. So it's unfortunately it's a question that it's difficult to engage in. But I would love it. I think a question that I would pose is, what is generally your point, right? What is your point regarding getting rid of unequal exchange? Would the idea just be that companies won't allow it and they'll lobby governments to prevent it from happening, or what does that broader point look like?
Yeah, that's been happening for decades. Why would they ever want? Why would investors in the West ever want changes to happen that would make them less money? my entire life, and for the life of my father and his father before him, and going back a while, all they've ever done is do things that make them money. That's all they can do. There aren't really historical examples of people going against this trend. Sometimes the people in a country, in a democracy, fight and they fight and they fight, and they get regulations put through, you know? But every time the industries fight against it. When there were no regulations on like diesel or gasoline that choked the air of New York City back in 1927, it was not the goodwill of companies that led them to regulate like the manufacturing of gas. People protested, and Washington forced those regulations. When it came to cigarettes and the carcinogens within them, they lied for decades about it. When climate change was known back in the 1960s, the oil and gas companies lied about it for decades despite having unfalsifiable evidence that it was the case. Your idea is that we can somehow overwrite this near ubiquitous trend of economic interests playing out with no concern to externalities, which is in this case the third world, you know,
Sure.
without like hurting its bottom line. But that just never happens. They always promote their interests above everyone else's.
Well, sure. So I may have misunderstood the initial question. So when you asked why would they sort of get rid of unequal exchange, I thought you were talking about more on the company side. Now, obviously, the government regulation plays a big role in pushing sustainability and things like that. I think you've got a bit of a contradictory narrative where sort of on one hand you've got companies that are lobbying government, preventing all this good action from happening, but then we do see a lot of environmental regulations, and we do see a lot of sort of sustainability pushes and investment
environmental regulations?
Well, I mean, the entirety of the EPA and everything that they do. I mean, take the Clean Air Act that reduced emissions or sort of air pollutants significantly in the United States, right? I mean, you might argue that like the coal lobby or whoever, lobbied against that or something, but it ended up getting
Every
passed.
time,
I think it was the Carter administration.
Right, yeah. And
Well,
a lot of them got
sure,
undone
yeah.
or weakened by future presidents. That's the thing, right?
Well,
companies
sure.
can pollute the ground, the water, and the air, and you can get people real outraged. And that outrage might lead to change in Washington. But how long before the people forget? You have clean air and water for long enough, and people start to forget. Public interest drops off. You know whose interest never drops off? Shareholders. Because while the public may have fought for X or Y 30 or 40 years ago, eventually they'll get old and die, and a new generation will be voting. And who's still there waiting for those people to forget? It's lobbyists. And they talk to the government and they say, hey, honest to God, I don't think people care much anymore. Reduce this regulation, packages as part of a debureaucratization program. Say that it's investing in business, say that it'll increase the GDP. And then they go ahead and do it. All these regulations got whittled down. We saw this with tax rates and we saw this with everything. There is basically no regulatory element to the United States that has not been whittled away at with time. Corporations have an interest and an incentive to be permanently politically engaged. The people only react to what they can see and feel, and they will never see or feel what's happening in the third world. We spend billions of dollars promoting a completely insular media space where we are utterly removed from the consequences of our economy to the rest of the world.
So I think it seems like your narrative would imply that environmental regulations are strongest when they were originally proposed and passed. And I don't think that anyone would say that the EPA, when originally conceived under Nixon or under the Clean Air Act when Carter passed it, is the time in which the United States had the most environmental and most robust regulations, right? Of course, these regulations
chipped away at with
sure,
time.
go on.
They get chipped away at with time.
Well, sure, but that again, that implies that as it's chipped away, it does not become more than what it was originally was, right? And so I don't think that anyone in business or anyone in sort of common parlance would say that environmental regulations are have only ever gotten worse since the EPA in the United States.
I'm not saying they can only get worse. Public interest can fuel more climate change or regulatory laws, but eventually they do get whittled away. Like pretty much every major environmental regulation that has been passed more than 10 years ago has at least seen some kind of compromise thrown its way, has it not?
No, not really. I mean, like I think maybe as one example, for instance, okay, something that the Trump administration actually did. It was December of 2020, like right before they left, kicking and streaming, I should say. They passed a new tax credit for carbon capture. Right now, obviously, if there's no reason for them to incentivize something like that if they're just sort of in the pocket of the oil lobby. Obviously, we're talking about the Trump administration, for God's sake. So, I think that that is but one example.
Wait, do you not think the Trump administration was in the pocket of the oil companies?
No. I'm not asking you necessarily to engage in that specific example. My point is that indeed Trump was a very much more pro-oil president than Obama or than Biden is currently. My point is just to say that the narrative, and I think I'm not going to suggest what you say obviously on your platform, but I think that in general, the narrative that environmental regulations only get chipped away and the only time that they're built up is as a result of some sort of voter outrage. It might be true in large part, but I do think that right now, again, with the boom of ESG investing, with shareholders trying to make more sort of actions in sustainability and diversity and good governance and things like that, I do think you start to see that a little bit more organically. And to bring it, last sentence that I'd say is that to bring it around to the original discussion on unequal exchange, I think that there is a place for government regulation, and I don't think that even if you could say that companies won't do this organically, I'm not sure, but I do think there's a place for government regulation, and I'm not sure that it's bore out in a modern context that governments are unwilling to regulate that kind of thing.
Okay, so a few things. First of all,
Sure.
I don't think Donald Trump passing tax credits for carbon capture really counts, because if he really cared, he would punish companies who push out carbon, not reward companies who don't. All carbon capture,
reward companies who capture carbon, obviously.
All tax credits do, even if they're incentivized through carbon capture, is give more money to businesses, which is consistent with his entire policy platform. This doesn't hurt companies who continue the status quo when it comes to carbon production at all. It's just tax credits.
It does though. It's opportunity cost, right? I mean, obviously, if you're
it doesn't hurt the existing companies. They're not affected. All this really is like, you can get some tax credits if you capture carbon dioxide. This isn't a meaningful way of pushing people. If you listen, incentives are about the carrot and the stick, okay? And this is a weak carrot and a non-existent stick. I feel like you keep avoiding my general point in favor of snipping out like little exceptions. The general trend when it comes to environmental regulations is that you see a surge of their promotion, but you see them whittled away with time. Not all of them ubiquitously. I'm not saying that the maximum environmental regulation we had was right when the EPA was formed. I'm only saying that as a trend, this is something that the public is not great at monitoring perfectly, because it requires a near perfect level of continuous information on subjects that require a lot of expertise. Whereas corporations do. Corporations do have a constant and perfect understanding of the political situation with regards to environmental regulation. There are people paid 7 figures to do exactly that. So not only do they have a material interest, they also have the means and the knowledge necessary to affect those changes. I need to see some evidence of American corporations, of the modern economic system, meaningfully and willingly limiting its economic output for humanitarian reasons, because I can't think of any. Governments will sometimes do stuff like this with public outrage, but there is no public outrage for what American businesses do in foreign countries. Nobody cares. Coca-Cola was funding death squads and nobody gave a shit. It was a lefty meme on Twitter for like 3 months. That's it. Americans have been taught not to care. We do not get taught about foreign countries. We do not learn about their leaders, their languages, their struggles, and we certainly do not learn where they get their money from. This is a deliberate, not on every level, not every teacher, but broadly, a deliberate product of a political and economic isolationism that allows us to enjoy quite a bit at the world's expense. It's not like we've only done this recently and that we only do it economically. We do it in a bunch of ways. We've done it historically when it comes to the plight of the Orient, the foreign world, what we did and what we took from them. It's exactly what empires did back during the old colonial days when we literally sent soldiers abroad to go steal vases and portraits. This is a continuation of a long-standing historical trend. All we've done is anonymize and abstracted it. And unfortunately, I think in a way you're being an avatar of that like colonial force, because you're arguing in essence. I mean, I'm sorry, but you came here straight-facedly to argue that investors are going to be more green and more ethical in the future, so we should trust them to like make these changes and
That's not
take
at
a
all what
price
I'm
hit.
arguing,
No,
to be
you
fair.
you did. I was like, they're not going to
No.
take a price hit if it means humanitarian.
Didn't say we should trust them, though. Didn't
Well,
say we should trust
then
them.
what were
Just
you
tried to point to a
implying?
general trend. No, so you asked, again, this might have been a misunderstanding of the question, but you asked why would they do it? And so I point to the trends in ESG investing that are organic, that companies are engaging in these pledges.
Pledges.
You could say,
why not now? You can
No,
do it now. They could do
God's
it
sakes,
right
Vash.
now.
No, but okay. Well, Vash, I'm not sure what you mean they could do it right now. I've already conceded that if we were to get rid of unequal exchange tomorrow, we would in fact see a recession and see that happening. My only argument is that it could be reformed over time, which you agreed with. To be fair, we're just having a more practical argument right now. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you should trust companies just take care of it themselves. I'm not a libertarian or an ANCAP or anything like that. It's just to say that I do think there is an organic movement that can be part of the mix of that movement and also government regulations that ultimately lead to unequal exchange being eliminated to some degree, right? That you can see worker parity across the world. Now, to be fair, I'll say the exact same thing that you said about socialism is that you said you don't see a socialist revolution happening anytime soon, and I don't see what I'm describing happening necessarily anytime soon either. I just think that it's possible, and I think that we do see trends towards that direction.
I mean, if the trend is corporations taking virtue signally pledges and not actually doing anything, then I guess, yeah, they've been doing that for a while. Like that's just like a big PR move. But never in like the history of the market economy can I think of an example of a major corporation for humanitarian reasons, like limiting the stock price and the profitability of their company. I can't think of it, and I can't think of the U.S.
Well,
the United States ever engaging in humanitarian investment abroad or regulating stuff like that for no reason.
Do you think companies today engage in no social spending or like charity at all? I mean,
charities are tax loopholes. Wealthy people. Wait, no. Companies. Wait. Do you not know how charities work in the context of a lot of these like things? The reason charities can incentivize certain forms of investment. They're good for PR, and they mean that you can qualify for some other stuff. No, companies don't generally like they don't have meetings where they like go to like stockholders and go like, oh well, I know you guys all wanted your prices to be X this year, but if we're gonna like actually just give a bunch of money to charity. Charity is usually just another component. The tax laws for charity in the United States are sometimes very beneficial to corporations. Now, I'm not familiar with all of the specifics on that, but I do know that there have been like write-ups about it and the ways that they can use it to avoid some other potential economic problems. Like I can research it next stream, so I have a more particular understanding of the issue.
Yeah, no worries. I think obviously that would be very educational for the stream and everyone. But my point was to say that obviously charities do engage in a decent enough amount of sort of charity and social outreach right now. But obviously it's the case that those are deducted from their taxes, but you're not getting like the value of that tax deduction is only the tax rate times the spending. You're not getting the full amount of spending back, and you're still spending more. No, hold on. To be fair, again. There are tax loopholes regarding charity, but I don't think it's the case that the overwhelming amounts or even some, even or certainly all of charity spending is just some crazy tax loophole by corporations. And the only reason I bring that up is because you brought, can you name even a single example of companies sort of spending more money than they otherwise would need to on societal benefit or at the detriment of their share price? And by that I mean obviously cash flow return to shareholders. Well, obviously, when share price in theory and typically in practice is the idea of future expected return in the form of cash flow, and when you're decreasing that amount in the form of charitable givings, well, yes, you would necessarily be decreasing the amount that your stock would be worth. Right now, that's all I'm saying. It's not a controversial claim to say that there's more than even a single example of companies engaging in charitable giving at the detriment of their free cash flow. Obviously, the money has to come from somewhere. And that's all I'm saying. I think that your absolutist position is it's got to be necessarily incorrect. I mean, you've got to see where I'm coming from with that, right?
Well, no. No, not even slightly.
So you think you think no company engages
in... If we're talking about like
Sure.
chump change, like if you take a look at major mega corporations and you take a look at the amount that they donate to charity, the idea that this in any way transposes onto like them being willing to incur like massive hits to their profitability,
No,
for
but, well, hold on.
humanitarian reasons.
Let me stop you right there, because that is not my point. My point isn't that companies would be willing to engage in, quote, massive hits to their profitability in the name of sort of social giving or charity. My point is that they would engage in minor hits to their profitability. And when we're talking about economic wide scales, unequal exchange is just not a big part of the economy. And it is not unreasonable to assume 3% is not a big part.
Look,
right?
I've been really nice to you, but I can't let this slide, okay? It's 3% at the costs we pay for their goods, which are undervalued because they're being assembled by sweatshop workers instead of United States citizens. And our manufacturing and industry economy GDP percentage is around 18%. 3% out of 18% is 1 out of 6, or around 17% in total. But it's worse than that. It's not just the industry that we receive and the physical goods that we receive directly. If you talk about the undercosting, it's possible that the imports that we get could contribute to a significant portion, not only of our industrial GDP, but also to the services associated with them. All of the electronic goods and raw resources that we get from them for $, like cents off the dollar, we then use 20 times over in our country, you know? You may get oil from another country, but it gets refined and manufactured and sold and bought and used and etc. Lumber, how many times does lumber get transacted once it reaches our borders?
When I say unequal exchange, when I say unequal exchange, what does that mean to you?
The fact that we rely on the comparative degree of economic underdevelopment in the developing world in order to extract favorable business and trade relations from them.
So it's a bit more specific than that. So unequal exchange, and I'll say this is just the idea that, say, you know, if an Indian worker can produce like 1 pound of wood an hour or something, and then an American worker can produce 1 pound of wood an hour, theoretically they on an exchange rate should be paid the exact same. But Indian workers are paid less per unit of production than like American workers. As an example, obviously I don't know about the wood industry in India or anything, but that to me is what unequal exchange is. And so when you say, oh, it's only 3% because of the comparatively low living standards that we enforce, the reason I disagree with that is because unequal exchange is literally taking into account that difference in pay, that if we equalized that difference, if the standard of work and productivity was equal across countries, it is 3% of GDP. It's 3%. That's what it is. And that's a significant portion of the economy if gotten rid of in 1 year.
It's 3% if all the people assembling them were being paid American union wages? No, it's not.
No. No. Well, that's not what I said, though. It's 3% if Indian workers were paid per their productivity, because Indian workers or Global South workers broadly are less productive on average.
Wait, if you work in a factory for 8 hours a day, whether you're in the United States or India, what is the paid per productivity for an Indian worker working in a factory? What is that exactly?
I think that this is where I'm trying to explain. So this is where I think I could illuminate a little bit more. So the reason that Global South workers are less productive on average than like Global North workers isn't necessarily because they're like dumber or anything like that, or their hands don't work right or anything. Part of it is lack of educational attainment. Sure, that contributes somewhat to productivity, but also part of it is lack of access.
It's a shame that there are international loan sharks who discourage them from spending government money on infrastructure like investment then, huh?
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, I've already disagreed with that in large part. Obviously, Global South nations have, you know, quality universities to go to and everything like that. It's just a matter of overall wealth. What I was trying to say, well, yes, there are quality universities in India, Vosh. Come on,
enough for the population. What's the average like educational attainment in India? Do you think it's comparable to the United States? They have like 1.1 billion people. I'm sure they have some.
No, Vosh, that's part of my that's part of my point, is that on average, Indian workers, and we're using Indian as an example, just global South more broadly, workers are less educated. So that contributes part of which to their productivity, that's less. But also part of it is access to capital. So obviously, if you have like the latest and greatest machines available, your workers are going to be per unit more productive than workers that don't have the latest and greatest capital available. So
what's the number?
All I'm saying is the number of what?
What is the productivity of an Indian worker?
Explain how it's relevant. Obviously, I don't know the exact answer to that question.
Everything you're talking about right now is justifying us underpaying them. You know that, right?
No,
you're
it's
saying,
not at all.
Well, no, it is. You're saying essentially that they're impoverishment.
As an advocate for getting rid of unequal exchange, I would advocate they should be paid like equal to their productivity. I've got no problem with that. That's been this entire argument that I've had this whole time.
You can't weight their contribution to our GDP based on their perceived productivity if their productivity is already being weighted by the economic conditions that mean they're in the shitter. Well, you're begging the question there. Of course, if you're only paying them or assigning wealth to them based on productivity, and their productivity is being lowered dramatically because they're in countries that rely on an unequal exchange, then yeah, but that's like circular logic. Then you could be like, oh, well, why are you only buying like a car from India for $1? And you're like, well, over there it's $1 worth of productivity to produce that car. And you're like, okay, how do you figure that? And you're like, well, they're very poor over there. It's like, well, yeah, I know, but like, what's the worth?
Well, I can actually answer this question more specifically, and perhaps this is an answer to your question. So, Jason Hickel, who I'm sure you've heard of, he's basically an advocate that we should get rid of unequal exchange. He's an anthropologist, and what he has found is that even if you were to assume that workers are the same, like let's just say that global South workers and global North workers have the same exact productivity, or like relatively similar productivity, the amount of that unequal exchange would be worth about 6.5% of GDP, right? So give you an olive branch there, it goes from 3 to 6.5%. So again, I think that even with the most
whole developing world?
Yes. So
China
even with the most
alone is $500 billion to the U.S., which is
you're assuming that every single time a good or a service is made in China, it is necessarily completely unequal exchange, and that it's all total exploitation. There's obviously workers in China that are paid reasonably well and are educated reasonably well, right? So that's the problem with that type of analysis.
I think that most of China's industrial export relies on the relationship that they have had historically with the West and their consumption of underpriced goods.
Well, the stat that I quoted, I don't expect you to remember all these stats, obviously. The stat I quoted originally was that as a percentage of the whole entire world's GDP, if you assume every single time someone from the global South makes something, and that is necessarily unequal exchange, it's necessarily exploitative, what is that percentage of the exports that are sort of the world GDP? It's 7.8% of global North GDP, 7.8%. But that's such a crazy assumption to make in the first place. And even if you made that assumption,
why is it a crazy assumption?
7.8%. Well, because number one, China and the rest of the global South obviously trade a lot with each other. And so if we're concerned mostly with sort of the percentage of the global North GDP, you wouldn't make that assumption. And also just the idea that every single time any worker in China makes a product and then it gets exported to the global North, it's necessarily unequal exchange. It's necessarily incredible, crazy labor exploitation.
China alone, single-handedly, is 20% of our imports. You're telling me that if we axed out the entire global South, it would be charitable to me to say that the global North would lose out on 7% of its GDP?
Yes,
and keep in mind, this GDP is weighted significantly because goods coming from these countries are often underpriced.
Right. So I can answer that question.
Wait, hold on, wait. We've gone over this for a while. This is insanity to me. It's please. There are so many economic assumptions being made here that are wild to me. Like you've essentially circularly justified economic exploitation by saying that the relatively low amount that we pay for the goods that we get from there are a fair cost proportion of the degree of inefficiency or underdevelopment or inefficiency that you would get from people in those countries. What we're essentially talking about is, and we're talking about industrial imports too. So keep in mind, most of the United States GDP, 80% of it is like the service economy. About 18% of it is industrial. We don't import the service economy. We import goods. So the goods we import are a significant portion of the raw resources that we use for construction and industry in this country.
That's not true. I've got to stop you there. So a big part of our imports are services. You can import a service as well. And the point that I tried to get in on China is that when you talk about China being 20% of our exports, well, let's just assume that you're right. Obviously, well, if you do that percentage, right? So Chinese exports to the GDP as a percentage of our economy. You end up with under 1%, right? And so again, even if you assume, I'm trying to bring it back to this system. Well, because if we import about $800 billion worth of goods, 20% of that's about $200 billion divided by $22 trillion GDP. That's how you might get that number. But that's obviously a rough estimate on the fly. Sure.
No, I don't think. I'm going to be honest with you. Maybe I should have like an economist on or something. The idea to me that you and other people are...
You got me.
Okay, maybe not one who will say that the IMF is a neutral arbiter. I want to have someone on because I need to know, like, the idea that somebody could straight-facedly look at me and say, like, yeah, dude, if we just cut out all trade from the entire developing world, the parts of the world that we have literally gone to war with and used, like, third-party organizations to control the economies of so they could be beneficial to our investment, we could cut out all of that, and it'd be like a little recession. We had a massive recession from one building having a plane flown into it. I guess 2 buildings. Like, we had more than a 3% GDP dip from the 9/11 attacks. It was a huge dip, and it took years to climb back up. And you're telling me that the entire 2/3 of the population, the global South, we could just not, and it would be like a temporary reshuffle equivalent to the harm that we experienced to our economy during COVID, that all that, the fact that you can go anywhere in America and buy goods that say made in Taiwan, made in China, whatever, that's just, it would just be a little bump. I feel like any reasonable economist would look at that and tell me, because I admit that I'm not like an economist or anything, but I feel like I've made some compelling arguments here. They would look at that and go like, are you fucking crazy? America had an economic harm done just by the tariffs to a couple of industries from China. You think we could cut out all the shit that we get from there? Are you insane? We would collapse. They would collapse. Everything would collapse. Global trade is the only way that we can sustain like fair diplomatic relationships with half these countries anyway. It's probably the only reason why China's not willing to risk war with us over Taiwan, because they know that war, even if it wasn't nuclear, would still lead to a huge recession for both countries. But that wouldn't mean anything, right? If it really was just some flippant little nothing and the West could just trade within the West and it wouldn't be like, we don't actually rely on all this stuff.
So number one, we did not have a 3% recession because of 9/11 at all. Our GDP didn't shrink by 3%. The point that I was making isn't justifying underpaying these global South workers. I'm making the opposite argument. I feel like you should be more charitable with me in that regard, that we should in fact pay them to the same level of their productivity or to parity completely. Now, my point bringing up the 6.5% is that even if we assumed that, despite any knowledge or anything like that, if we assume that they're the same productivity, then the percentage of the economy that's based on exploitation or like unequal exchange does go up to 6.5%. And that's not a small, trivial amount of the economy if we wiped it off the map immediately, right? My only point throughout this entire debate, which I feel like is fair enough, is that in fact, it would be possible to do that it would be sustainable to do that. And we do see countries making steps towards that in that regard. And if we assume a little bit more charitably that there are some productivity differences, it goes down to 3%. So, no reason I don't think we wouldn't have this. And the last thing that I would say is that you say, oh, any economist would say this, and that. Look, forget about the education that I have, consider me an economist or not, but the people I'm citing are economists that are saying these things. The paper about 2 to 8% of GDP, if the US just totally shut up its borders, that was an economist from Berkeley and MIT.
There are other economists who would disagree with that, right? For instance, I find it incredibly telling that none of the numbers you're citing here describe which percentage points that would reduce in the GDP. Because again, if we lost all of our lithium, what is that? A fraction of a percent of our GDP?
No, Bosch, no one's talking about losing. No one's talking about losing all of the. Again, the point of the paper about U.S. losing 2 to 8% of its GDP is a theoretical construct if we closed our borders completely, right? That's not what I'm advocating for. What I'm advocating for is just simply worker parity across borders, which obviously I think you'd agree with too. My only point is to say that if we did that, that would represent about a 6.5%, being incredibly charitable to productivity, 3 to 6.5% of GDP, and we wouldn't lose all of our lithium, we wouldn't lose all of our wood, our steel. We'd still get these goods. It's just that those workers would be paid a reasonable wage.
I don't believe it. Not for a fraction of a second. I think it's actually delusional. I think this is like neoliberal shill shit that people throw out there in an effort to justify the idea that
Jason
we're not
Hickel
exploiting
is
the
a
developing
Marxist, to be fair.
Well, I'd have to take a look at his readings of this, because I don't know if I can trust somebody's interpretation of a Marxist paper when they're telling me the IMF is neutral and their shit. I'm sorry. This is no. You can laugh, and I'm not trying to be antagonistic or anything like that. But this.
No, I'm not laughing at your points. It's just more that obviously I'm being as good faith as possible. Of course, I think I'm being a little hyperbolic.
I'm trying to as well. I don't know why I remember that September 11th caused a dip here. It must have caused a dip in something else. But
yeah,
no, it's not. Chat. It's not the same. It's not the Jackson Hickel you think it is. Shut up. Anyway. Yeah. No.
I made that mistake too.
Yeah, it's a funny name. No, I don't believe it. Sorry, I'm gonna need more.
No,
this is essentially
totally fine.
your country has spent the past two and a half centuries desperately fighting to secure economic control over the developing world, but actually it's very trivial, and it didn't actually matter that much anyway. And the amount of our GDP that we would lose by not doing it is equivalent to negating 1 year of growth. Maybe even not that much. You could basically hit freeze on the GDP growth graph for 9 months, and that would be enough to equal us cutting off trade from the entire developing world. That to me, I feel can you link those papers from Jackson Hickel?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. For sure. Well, all right. I think at the point of I just don't believe it, and I need to do more research. I feel like that's you said you had to get out about 5:30 anyway, or 5:30 Central Time. So unless you wanted to talk about anything else.
No, I have to go. There's pasta waiting for me, unfortunately.
What kind?
It has bacon in it. That's all I know. It's probably rigatoni or something.
All right. Well, that sounds good. So I guess closing statement. Obviously, laid out there on the debate. I feel like I've justified my points. I'll link you all those papers. Thanks for letting me on, give me the platform. Again, if anyone's interested in kind of a progressive capitalist sort of interpretation of economics, you could say, that's my YouTube channel, Econoboy. And that's all I have to say.
You take care, okay?
All right, you too. Have a good day.
Bye. All right. We're on an unrelenting economic research arc until we find out why that guy was wrong. You can call me an ideologue if you want, but the idea that we've been doing all of this shit, all the imperialism for centuries, and it's oh, it was nothing. I don't believe it. All of our shit is made in China and Taiwan. All the clothing, everything. It's oh yeah, but no big deal. Yeah, I don't believe it. Was that guy even a socdem? I don't fucking know. This is, if anything, this is an indictment of socdems and the fact that they don't challenge the broader economic order. The fact that I had to explain to the IMF. Ooh, okay. We need to learn more about this stuff. Washington consensus. Secondly, the 80s and 90s market liberalization. What is this? No, I need shit on the God damn it. Soaked on left has done research. We have to do it independently. We have to learn. Okay, 9/11 attack. Yeah. Okay, I need shit on this. I actually have been socdem pilled lately by Rose Wrist. Is Rose Wrist a socdem? I thought Rose Wrist was a socialist. Mr. Utilitarian, you're never going to combat climate change unless workers are controlling the economy, you fucking idiot. Nope. Worker control of the economy is the only chance we have of ever applying any tax dollars whatsoever towards climate change fights, okay? You can raise as much tax revenue if you want, but as long as it's a bourgeois democracy, it's not going to help. All right. The convo literally triggered it. Well, the convo feels like I gave like 40 really good arguments for everything I believed in, and he was just like, no, actually, the data says it's 3%. And I'm like, okay, but that 3% is like weighted, and where is that 3%? And what effect does that 3% have? It's not 3% distributed evenly on everything. It's 3% like concentrated within a particular stream of imports. And then it's like, nah, but it says 3%. It's like... He changed recently, similar to the reason you don't call yourself an anarchist. He feels like a lot of the goals are too far away. Oh, God. Okay, hold on. Does anyone... China provides more than 85% of the world's rare metals and is home to about 2/3 of the global supply of rare metals and minerals like antimony and barite. US and Europe are worried any disruption to their supply chains would hurt key industries. Really? Oh. Well, I guess somebody should tell them that actually it's no biggie. China dominates solar PV manufacturing, home to more than 90% of the world's wafer manufacturing capabilities. The CSIS said China has most of the world's capacity for key items used in lithium-ion battery manufacturing. 80% of global battery cell manufacturing capacity? Dude, we literally can't invest in green energy without this shit. We literally need this shit for green energy. We can't not have trade with these guys. It's 3%, just stop, yeah. It's like, yeah, it's like the difference between losing 3% of your body weight or 3% of your body weight exclusively concentrated in your brain, you know? Like if somebody was like, hey dude, I'm gonna like give you a car, but you have to lose 3% of your weight. And I'm like, okay, thinking that it'll come from my fucking like belly fat or something. And then I lose like my fucking spinal cord and like the... Oh, sorry, I didn't have my earbuds in. Just think of the bacon. Yeah, but like... Why were so many economists worrying about the trade tariffs that Trump put on China hurting America when that was just tariffs on some industries from one country? Like, those tariffs were a problem, but then, like, we're not talking about tariffs, we're talking about completely cutting off all trade with all developing nations. He wasn't talking about removing the supply chains, he was simply talking about increasing how much we pay the people producing those goods. Yeah, but we can't do that yet. We can't do that right now. You know why? Because those trade relations are determined by the wages set by the Western companies that either directly work with people in those companies, or they like directly work with the companies in the foreign world that that employ those people. And why would they have them pay more? That guy unironically tried to cite fucking oil company pledges, like bank pledges to me, as an example of corporations going more green. I'm gonna Roblox myself, dude. Holy shit! I can't believe. Ugh. I thought he said we should pay based on productivity. Yeah, and he was saying we should pay like weighted based on productivity, but like he couldn't tell me what the productivity like ratio like, is. A productive Indian worker worth half of an American worker? Like, yes, I'm almost there, Vermin. I feel like I'm being really mean because that dude was like super nice to me, but like holy shit, I can't believe I had to spend that much time talking about the IMF. Pretty lib-brained. SOCDEMs are liberals. An Indian software programmer makes max 10K a year USD working for an American company. The pay disparity is insane. Also, does nobody else feel that the productivity bullshit is super patronizing? If you're working in a factory in India, you're about as productive as a person as anyone working in a factory in America. If the factory is underdeveloped, that's a product of the economic disparity that I would want to address here. But if you're like, oh yeah, well, you know, whatever, dude, they're like poor, so they've got like poor people factories, so they get, you know, they're worthless, you know, whatever. Like, that's the fucking problem. All right, well. Okay, I'm sorry. We have to do donos tomorrow. We have to do donos tomorrow because I have pasta to eat. I'm really sorry, guys. I didn't think it would go on that long. This is why it's hardly worth talking to socdem about what to say. It should. Okay, here's my final thoughts on this. Okay, my final thoughts are these. Okay, I'm not an economics expert, and there's probably a lot of nuance to this that I don't fully understand. I don't contest Econoboy's knowledge on the subject. I think that he has biases that are leading him to slant things in ways that he's either not accounting for or that are like antithetical to my goals. Weighting this stuff based on productivity, which is kind of arbitrarily determined by the economic conditions that I'm looking to rectify, that feels weird to me. The fact that he couldn't see what the IMF and the World Bank for what they pretty factually and objectively are, that's weird to me, you know? So when he says it's 3% or 3.5%, I don't know, like, and I don't even know where that 3 or 3.5% is. Where is it going? Is it coming from my fat or my brain? I don't know where that is. I think he's being more descriptive than prescriptive. Yeah, but if you're using descriptive terminology through an economic lens that has been built to favor neoliberal trade, you're going to have outcomes built to favor neoliberal trade. It's like when Lenin defined imperialism as the final stage of capitalist societies. So like when he did imperialism, it's like, oh, well, liberal, I'm not a capitalist society, so guess we're not actually doing imperialism then. Hey! And then he like, you know, and Stalin used that same justification. Tankies today use that same justification. You know? You understand what I mean? I feel like there are things here that I don't have answers to, but I'm not satisfied with like looking past all that, and it's just, oh, it's 3.5%. I need to see those articles. I need to find out. You're misrepresenting. I don't think I'm misrepresenting him. I feel like I'm representing him fairly. I mean, I don't remember every single thing he said point for point, but yeah. Okay, hold on. This is Jason Hickel. This guy's actually a reputable economist, okay? I will never raid Hassan. This paper quantifies drain from the global south through unequal exchange in 1960. According to our primary method, which relies on exchange rate differentials, we find the most recent year of data, the global north, appropriated from the south community is worth 2.2 trillion in northern prices, enough to end extreme poverty 15 times over. Great. Over the whole period, drain from the south totaled 62 trillion. Holy shit. Or 152 trillion when accounting for lost growth. Holy fuck. Appropriation through unequal exchange represents up to 7% of northern GDP and 9% of southern GDP. What is that appropriation through unequal exchange? I want to know what the limits of that phrase are. We also test several alternative methods for comparison. We quantify unequal exchange in terms of wage differentials instead of exchange rate differentials, and report drain and global average prices as well as northern prices. Regardless of the method, we find the intensity of exploitation and the scale of unequal exchange increase significantly during the structural adjustment period of the 1980s, 1990s. Whoa! In the period where the World Bank and IMF were really active. This study affirms that drain from the South remains a significant feature of the world economy in the post-colonial era. Rich countries continue to rely on imperial forms of appropriation to sustain their high levels of income. Wait! This agrees with me. Wait, did he cite this guy and go like, oh, well, this dude agrees with me? Okay, hold on. Okay. We're going to stream. Fuck, I want to stream later tonight to do this. Maybe. We're either going to stream today or tomorrow, okay? I love you, I'm gonna have pasta, okay? I love you, I'm gonna have pasta. We're gonna... Goodbye. Rating! We have to rate someone. Motherfucker. This shit gets me so fucking angry. I hate economists. I hate economists. I hate economists. Okay, hold on. Somebody said that I should raid Demon Mama. There's a problem, okay? Necosaurus is still doing their shit, okay? They're doing a gigantic get me out of medical debt stream, and I think they're doing a good job, and I want to throw people over there, okay? Because I don't know. Okay, we're raiding there. We'll raid Demon Mama in the future. She's not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. But it's a special event for Necosaurus. Anyway, go over there. Be very, very nice. Okay, they've been doing like a fucking 4-day long stream or some shit. They like sleep and everything. It's like a whole thing. All right. I love you guys very much. I love you especially, Gale, because you're an actual friend of mine. And I will see all of you very soon. Take care.